that after this order, as well as the Election Commission has reiterated that how publicity material as well as all those modes of publicity and advertisements by the government should be in compliance of Election Commission's Model Code of Conduct. So certainly ECI coming down hard on all these methodologies, or say the publicity material of the government, whether it's a state government, whether it's a union government.
Right, absolutely. So a big step by the Election Commission, and I remember there were some complaints that citizens of other countries in the, NRIs, etc., they were also getting these Viksit Bharat messages. As you said, it was a letter from the Prime Minister, and finally some action taken by the Election Commission. So Sunil, this is something all parties had raised concerns about. Coming into this election, they said that the Election Commission should be fair. That's all that they ask for. With the various complaints that are made in the last elections, there was a sense that certain complaints, there were certain hate speeches being made by the ruling party, and action wasn't taken. So this was one of the demands by the opposition party going into this election, that the Election Commission must be fair.
Absolutely. And if you, Gargi, you were also listening into that press conference that the Election Commission held on Saturday across the spectrum in the media. The journalists covering the Election Commission had these questions about the Model Code of Conduct, some attributing it to the Prime Minister's name, some are questioning him about being soft on the Prime Minister and the Home Minister, and it's in this context I think the Election Commission has really wanted to ensure that under the article of 324 of this constitution, that they will conduct a free and fair election. They have full administrative control. And as I've listed out the various steps, just not Viksit Bharat, even steps like, for example, on the present Union Minister of the Modi cabinet, Shobha, who has made a hate speech against Tamils. They've asked immediately the CEO to take action. Another case, the cabinet secretary and the chief secretary and others for not complying with the unauthorized political advertisements that are taking place. So a number of steps are being taken by the Election Commission to, if I may be permitted to say, ensure and keep up the image of the Election Commission in holding a very free and fair election, not giving any apolitical party, any apolitical leader an extra advantage at this present juncture for the next few weeks as this entire electoral process goes through.
That's right. And Ghazali, there was also, the point being raised, as I mentioned, that many people in different countries, Dubai, etc., also receiving these messages, wondering how the government got their numbers, and and the Khalij Time also wrote about it. So all this was being talked about quite extensively on social media. And as you said, even Shashi Tharoor spoke about it, Manish Tiwari spoke about it, and now the Election Commission has asked for this messaging to stop. As you said, it was a letter from the Prime Minister, message from the Prime Minister asking citizens to give suggestions to help the country improve.
See, Gargi, why this is significant, there is another reason. In Chandigarh, we also received one complaint we got to know from the Election Commission that the BJP Chandigarh president was going on around villages and putting these Modi Ka Parivar plates outside the residences, outside the houses in certain villages. The Election Commission received a notice, received information regarding that, issued a notice to the BJP Chandigarh president, and in a bizarre response he said that Prime Minister Modi is somebody who is beyond the control of family or politics, so there is no such violation. So why this is significant that ECI has now issued a letter? Because this entire messaging, bulk messaging or these kind of ads involves the Prime Minister. Earlier we may have reported about hate speeches by politicians from either the ruling party or the opposition party, then questions being raised over the neutrality of the Election Commission. But due to this one step, one letter, or acknowledging the fact that this certainly violates the Model Code of Conduct, somewhere the credibility of EC will also be restored, as well as the local politicians will also take notice of it and will try not to violate the Model Code of Conduct in the name of the Prime Minister, in the name of his state government or the union government.
All right. Thanks so much, Ghazali and Sunil, for joining us on this big breaking news. The Election Commission has asked the ministry to stop sending the Viksit Bharat messages that were coming directly to people's phones. And remember, the Model Code of Conduct has come into effect since Saturday, since the election schedule was announced. was announced, and given that several complaints were made by individuals, by Congress members. So the ECI now directing the MeitY, that's the IT ministry, to immediately stop sending the Viksit Bharat messages on WhatsApp in view of this model code of conduct that has come into force, and also asking for a compliance report. Well, let's now go across to Vasudha for more on this story. And Vasudha, a very important step taken by the Election Commission, given these Viksit Bharat messages were still going to citizens, and it was a message directly from the, in a sense, from the Prime Minister, regarding the future of India, and asking for suggestions from citizens. So now, 5 days since the Model Code of Conduct has come into effect, finally the Election Commission taking action.
Absolutely, Gargi. And another important thing is that the Election Commission has also ordered for the transfer of various SPs and DMs in 4 states across the country. Now, 48 hours after the election dates were announced, in fact, we saw the transfer of several Home Secretaries, at least in 4 states, and the DGP of West Bengal. So today, what we are witnessing is, apart from this action on this Viksit Bharat messages and also the Shobha Karandlaje thing, the Election Commission of India has also asked for the transfer of over 11 officials, which include several SPs, SSPs, and also DMs who are supposed to be IAS officers or IPS officers, but they were not. They were non-cadre officers in these states. So there is this recent order, which notification that the ECI has sent out, making it very clear that these officials will not be functioning, will not be in duty. This is in line with the 2,100 election observers that have been appointed across the state. Now, all these decisions were taken, I'm told, after this high-level committee meeting that took place, which also had the presence of election commissioners, the new election commissioners, Sukhbir Singh Sandhu, and of course Ganesh Kumar. So clearly many decisions taken, in the ECI today, including the one on transfers and of course the Viksit Bharat one.
All right, so very welcome, decisions being taken by, the opposition raising these points, and there were concerns about the Election Commission, heeding to complaints of the opposition, and now these decisions being taken, the Ministry of IT being asked to submit a compliance report and stop the Viksit Bharat messages immediately. Thanks so much, Ghazali and Vasudha, for joining us with all those details. Well, moving on to other news now, and BJP leader Sadanand Gowda in Karnataka today addressed the media after he had expressed disappointment of being denied a ticket ahead of the Lok Sabha elections. Though then finally, in this press conference, he decided to stick with the party, he says, and also hinted that he's unlikely to contest the election. He did make it clear that he will work for the party and take efforts to support the BJP, expressing unhappiness over family politics in the state. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. More news on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
There's too much talking with very little being said, too many voices with hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center, a show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Friends, this is what I have for the next one, because यहाँ पे this sleek looking laptop coming straight from Apple is the latest generation of MacBook Air, और यहाँ पे what's packed inside is Apple's new M3 chip now. तो ये Apple ने finally launch कर दिया है, and what's amazing is that look at this profile, मतलब कितना sleek आपको laptop मिलता है, at the same time it packs some amazing performance. यहाँ पे Apple की latest M3 chip है. It's a fanless design. That's the reason कि ये काफी आपको sleek मिलने वाला है. Quite lightweight. And this in fact is the 15-inch variant. जिसका 13-inch variant है वो थोड़ा सा और ज़्यादा छोटा और आपको हल्का feel होता है. It's even more portable. At the same time, it packs some serious power because यहाँ पे जो memory है, it goes up to 24 GB. The storage can go up to 2 terabytes. हमारे पास में proper MagSafe port है. We have a headphone jack as well. At the same time यहाँ पे USB-C ports भी हैं. We have a full-size keyboard, a nice 15-inch screen in a very sleek form factor, and this packs a 6-speaker system as well. So let's see up close how is this Apple's latest MacBook Air with M3 chip.
The beloved MacBook Air just got a superpower upgrade with the brand new M3 chip. Ready हो जाइए for blazing fast speeds, longer battery life and mind-blowing AI capabilities. Apple claim करता है कि the M3 chip is up to 60% faster than the already speedy M1 chip. Imagine करिए कि editing videos, creating music or even casually crushing your enemies in an intense game, ये लैपटॉप काफी आसानी से ये सब कर ही सकता है, no sweat. Apple promise करता है whopping 18 hours of battery life on a single charge. That's almost a full day of work or actually even play बिना किसी power outlet की जरूरत पड़े. Talk about freedom. The new neural engine makes this the best MacBook Air yet for AI tasks as well. Think about super intelligent photo editing and much more. You can also now hook up 2 external displays, perfect for those who need a big screen workspace like for editing and all. The MacBook Air M3 is a sleek, powerful and undeniably cool way to compute on the go. If you're looking for a laptop that's as light as air but packs a serious punch, it's time to catch this upgrade.
फ्रेंड्स, इस नए MacBook Air के आने के बाद 2 इंटरेस्टिंग बातें हुई हैं. पहली बात तो ये कि हमको एक नया MacBook मिल गया है विद M3 चिप, द MacBook Air. यहाँ पे 2 अलग-अलग साइज हैं. दिस वन इन पर्टिकुलर द 15-inch वेरिएंट स्टार्ट्स एट 1,34,900 रुपीस. बट the second thing is even more exciting because Apple has reduced the price for the 13-inch variant. क्योंकि अगर आप 13-inch का M2 चिप वाला MacBook Air अब लेते हैं तो उसकी प्राइस 20,000 रुपए कम हो गई है, and now you can get it at just 99,900 rupees. So basically the lineup for the MacBook Air, M1 chip भी है, M2 chip भी है, and this is the latest M3 chip. You can choose basis of your requirements or your budget, and I would say all these laptops, they are really good because Apple Silicon के साथ में the kind of optimization Apple has done in terms of performance, battery, the entire experience, it's really elevated. तो अगर आप ये लैपटॉप लेना प्रेफर करते हैं, let's say for college या maybe even for professional work, I would say this would be a really good pick.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Friends, moving ahead for the top story, I've got not one, but in fact 2 different new smartphones. These are from the Samsung Galaxy A series. What I have with me is the all-new Samsung Galaxy A35. साथ में Galaxy A55 भी है. Both are, of course, 5G स्मार्टफोन्स. इंटरेस्टिंग डिजाइन, इंटरेस्टिंग कॉन्फ़िगरेशन और काफ़ी फ्रेश लग रहे हैं दोनों फोन्स, कमिंग स्ट्रेट फ्रॉम सैमसंग. और यहाँ पे Samsung is promising a few things. सबसे पहले एक काफी interesting और premium design. Second thing is amazing durability because यहाँ पे on the front and on the back what we have is Corning's Gorilla Glass Victus Plus. At the same time यहाँ पे Samsung is promising a complete awesome security suite along with awesome performance. So let's see up close कि आखिर इन दोनों phones में Samsung ने क्या कुछ पैक किया है.
रेडी हो जाइए फॉर कटिंग एज.
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
The Supreme Court stays the centre's fact-check unit that had been notified just yesterday. The Bombay High Court had allowed the centre to notify the unit, so it was a split verdict. The Supreme Court now sets aside the Bombay High Court order. Concerns had been raised by various quarters, including the media. The Election Commission has barred the government's publicity drive after receiving numerous complaints by Congress leaders as well as Viksit Bharat messages continue to come to citizens' phones. The Election Commission has said stop sending Viksit Bharat messages and give us a compliance report. Former Congress President Sonia Gandhi hits out at Prime Minister Modi, alleges he's made a systematic effort to cripple the Congress party financially. This is after the tax action has been taken against the Congress. But the BJP hits back at the Congress over these allegations. The BJP President JP Nadda says the Congress is fearing a historic defeat. The Supreme Court has once again refused to order a stay on the law to appoint election commissioners, stating that doing so at this juncture would be creating chaos. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. Well, let's go across to where Ravi Shankar Prasad is speaking to the media.
In utter desperation of imminent defeat, the Congress party at the highest level sought to create an alibi today. कुछ तो बोले. लेकिन उसमें कांग्रेस पार्टी का अकाउंट अगर फ्रीज किया गया है तो देश का अकाउंट फ्रीज किया गया है. ये तो कमाल है भाई. मुझे अपने जेपी मूवमेंट के आंदोलन के दिनों की याद आ गई. इंदिरा इज इंडिया, इंडिया इज इंदिरा. याद है ना? इमरजेंसी का दिन, जेपी की अगुवाई, कांग्रेस पार्टी की हार, आप सभी जानते हैं. कांग्रेस पार्टी राजनीतिक रूप से सूख कर कांटा हो गई है. फिर भी कांग्रेस पार्टी का अकाउंट अगर फ्रीज हुआ तो देश का अकाउंट फ्रीज हुआ. मिस्टर राहुल गांधी, व्हाट डू यू मीन बाय दिस? डोंट इंसल्ट इंडियन डेमोक्रेसी. राहुल गांधी, भारत के लोकतंत्र को इस तरह से आप शर्मसार नहीं करें. ये देश आपकी पार्टी से बड़ा है, ये देश का लोकतंत्र आपसे बड़ा है. और आज इसी देश में आपने झूठ बोला है, गाली दी है और सब देश ने देखा है. टीवी पे चला है ना. तो आप झूठ बोल सकते हैं, गाली दे सकते हैं, देश सुन रहा है. आपको यह तक अधिकार है और करें. देश का लोकतंत्र नहीं है. ये कौन सा तर्क है? ये बात मैं बहुत विनम्रता से कहना चाहूंगा. इनको नई बात नहीं हो तो अमेरिका में जाते हैं तो कहते हैं इंडिया में कोई डेमोक्रेसी नहीं है. सिंगापुर जाते हैं तो वही कहते हैं. लंदन जाते हैं वही कहते हैं. और आज उन्होंने यहां भी कह दिया. आज उनके झूठ का मैं पोल खोलूंगा. लेकिन राहुल जी, सोनिया जी, आपको अगर देश की जनता वोट नहीं देती तो हम क्या करें? बीजेपी के राष्ट्रीय मंच से हम एक सवाल पूछना चाहेंगे. सोनिया जी, राहुल जी, अब खरगे जी से कितना पूछा जाए देखते हैं. आज भी तो उनका नंबर 3 ही था प्रायोरिटी में, हालांकि वो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष है. अगर देश के लोग आपको वोट नहीं देते और आगे नहीं देने वाले हैं तो हम क्या करें? अगर राहुल गांधी की ये अपेक्षा है कि भाजपा के मित्र उनके लिए कैंपेन करें, तो ये तो हम करने वाले हैं नहीं, क्योंकि उनका तो स्टॉक मार्केट इतना गड़बड़ाया हुआ है। और आज मैं कांग्रेस के लोगों को एक बात कहना चाहूंगा, हम भी चाहते हैं कि विपक्ष के रूप में कांग्रेस पार्टी पनपे, कितना पनपे उनका विषय है, लेकिन कांग्रेस पार्टी अब समझे कि जब जब राहुल गांधी से मुंह खुलवाएंगे तब तक स्टॉक मार्केट उनका और गिरेगा। देयर इज अ जेंटल एडवाइस टू द कांग्रेस पार्टी, वी विश यू वेल, but realize now the more you allow Rahul Gandhi to speak, the more you are losing the ground in the country. अभी आप सोच लीजिए, अब थोड़ा सा राहुल गांधी ने जो झूठ बोला है कि हमारा पूरा बैंक अकाउंट फ्रीज कर दिया, तो हम क्या करें, तो आज रिकॉर्ड को स्ट्रेट करना जरूरी है। बाकी इनकम टैक्स का विषय है तो सरकार की ओर से बोला जाएगा, लेकिन अल्प ज्ञान समस्या पैदा करता है। राहुल गांधी जी राजनीतिक विषयों पर कितना होमवर्क करते हैं तो आप जानते ही हैं, लेकिन कानूनी विषयों पर भी जब बोलते हैं तो थोड़ी चिंता हो जाती है। इनकम टैक्स एक्ट का एक सेक्शन 13A है जिसमें सही है कि पार्टियों पर इनकम टैक्स नहीं लगता, लेकिन पार्टी को अपना रिटर्न हर साल फाइल करना पड़ता है, जिसमें बताना पड़ता है कि 20,000 तक कितने हमारे डोनर्स हैं, 20,000 से ऊपर कितने डोनर्स हैं। और अगर आपने ये नहीं फाइल किया हर असेसमेंट ईयर में, तो आपका ये एग्जम्पशन खत्म हो जाता है। ये है सेक्शन 13A। लेट मी रिपीट, अंडर द इनकम टैक्स एक्ट सेक्शन 13A, there is a clear provision that the political party is exempted from income tax, provided they file their return every year as to how much money has come of 20,000 rupees and duly certified auditor's report as to how much they had received from big donation. If you don't do it, you lose that exemption. ये बहुत बेसिक चीज है जिसको समझना चाहिए। अब थोड़ा हम आपको बता दें कि ये जो चिल्ला रहे हैं, 6/7/21 को असेसमेंट ईयर 18-19 के लिए ऑर्डर पास हुआ कि उन्होंने रिटर्न फाइल नहीं किया था, तो रिटर्न फाइल नहीं किया तो एग्जम्पशन खत्म हो गया। एग्जम्पशन खत्म हो गया तो 105,17,29,635 रुपए का डिमांड रखा गया। और मैं आपको बता दूं, इनकम टैक्स एक्ट में धारा 220, धारा 221 में इस बात का पूरा प्रावधान है। कलेक्शन एंड रिकवरी 10 सेक्शन है, कैसे कलेक्शन होगा, कैसे रिकवरी होगी, सर्टिफिकेट होगा, पेनाल्टी लगेगी। मैं पढ़ नहीं रहा हूं, बट देयर इज ए इनबिल्ट मैकेनिज्म, उसका टैक्स का प्रोसेस है। आईटीओ ने नहीं किया तो आप अपील में जाएंगे, अपील ने नहीं किया तो आप कमिश्नर के यहाँ जाएंगे, कमिश्नर ने नहीं किया तो आप ट्राइब्यूनल में जाएंगे, ट्राइब्यूनल नहीं किया आप हाई कोर्ट जाएंगे, सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाएंगे। इससे ना संजय मयूख को मतलब है, डॉक्टर पात्रा को मतलब है, ना मुझे मतलब है, ना भाजपा को मतलब है। दिस इज ए रूटीन टैक्स प्रोसेस। और राहुल गांधी ने सफेद झूठ क्यों बोला है, यह आज देश को भाजपा के राष्ट्रीय मंच से जाना जरूरी है। हर जगह उनका स्टे रिजेक्ट हुआ, उस पेनाल्टी में अकाउंट फ्रीज हुए, टैक्स नहीं दिया, और झूठ बोले हैं आज। अब देखिए, इन्होंने जब इनको पेनाल्टी लगी तो ये सीआईटी अपील के यहां गए, ये स्टे एप्लीकेशन रिजेक्ट हो गया। इस बात को समझिए। इसलिए अब बिल्कुल रीजन ऑर्डर पर गया। उसके बाद फिर ये गए सीआईटी के यहां, कमिश्नर अपील के यहां, वहां भी रिजेक्ट हो गया। इनका देखा गया 135 करोड़ टैक्स प्लस इंटरेस्ट ऐड किया गया। फिर आईटीएटी जो इनकम टैक्स ट्राइब्यूनल है, उन्होंने इनका स्टे पिटीशन डिसमिस कर दिया। अब इसके खिलाफ ये हाई कोर्ट गए और माननीय दिल्ली उच्च न्यायालय ने 13 मार्च को वो भी रिजेक्ट कर दिया। और 13 मार्च को क्या कहा, जरा वो हम बताना चाहते हैं थोड़ा मित्रों के लिए। हाँ, Court remarked that it was badly handled matter and somebody from the Congress office went to sleep right from 2021. Merely because someone chose to wake up and put you on notice in February will not change those facts. फिर कोर्ट ने बाकी किया, इनका लंबा ऑर्डर है, इसको रिजेक्ट कर दिया. अब ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट गए हैं. सुप्रीम कोर्ट में 1 अप्रैल को सुनवाई है. राहुल गांधी जी, आज आपने अपनी प्रेस में इसको क्यों छुपाया? आपकी पार्टी अपील में गई, आपकी पार्टी आईटीएटी में गई, आपकी पार्टी हाई कोर्ट में गई, आपकी पार्टी सुप्रीम कोर्ट गई है. आपने क्यों छुपाया? और जैसा हमने बताया, इनकम टैक्स में इस बात का प्रावधान है कि अगर आपके पास ड्यू है, आप ड्यू नहीं देंगे तो रिकवरी में आपका बैंक अकाउंट फ्रीज हो सकता है. और जहां तक मेरे को स्मरण आता है कि लियन 135 करोड़ का इनके बैंक अकाउंट पर कोर्ट ने डाला था कि आप 135 करोड़ मत छूइए, बाकी ऑपरेट करिए. देखिए समस्या क्या है, कांग्रेस पार्टी हिसाब किताब रखना भूल गई है. कोई दिक्कत नहीं है उसमें. जो हमारे वरिष्ठ पत्रकार बैठे हैं उनको याद होगा, कांग्रेस के एक अध्यक्ष होते थे, न खाता न बही, जो डॉट डॉट कहे वो सही. याद होगा लोगों को. मैं नाम नहीं ले रहा हूं, मैं नाम नहीं लिया. तो ये हो गया. अब मैं आपसे कहना चाहता हूं कि ये उनका 94-95 में 53 करोड़ लगा था, और उसके बाद बाकी भी इनका 14-15 से 20-21 मैंने बता दिया. और ये सारी बातें जो चल रही हैं, इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड्स पर भी कहा है, बाकी कहा है. मेरे मित्र डॉक्टर अत्रा उस पर बोलेंगे, क्योंकि
बहुत धन्यवाद.
हाँ, बस 2 मिनट और. Don't become impatient like Rahul Gandhi.
Of course not, sir.
Cool. तो मैं कह रहा था कि ये क्या मतलब है इसका? कितना झूठ बोलेंगे राहुल गांधी आप? और आज राहुल गांधी ने कोर्ट के बारे में कहा है, इलेक्शन कमीशन के बारे में कहा है, मीडिया के बारे में कहा है, सब चुप हैं. राहुल गांधी जी, प्लीज अपोलोजाइज फॉर कैस्टिगेटिंग दीज इंस्टीट्यूशंस. आप कोर्ट गए हैं ना, दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट में रिजेक्ट हुआ है ना आपका, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में 1-4 को सुनवाई है ना आपकी, आप आईटीआईटी अपील में गए ना, आप ट्राइब्यूनल में गए ना, तो आप कोर्ट के प्रोसेस में गए कि नहीं गए? तो आप कैसे कह रहे हैं कि कोई सुनवाई नहीं हो रही है आपके? वैसे क्या कहा जाए. मैं तो आपसे कई बार बात कर चुका हूं, इस परिवार ने किस तरह से नेशनल हेराल्ड की 5,000 करोड़ की संपत्ति हथिया ली. वो भी केस चल रहा है, चर्चा कर चुके हैं कि बिना सिर्फ 50 लाख के इन्वेस्टमेंट पर 5,000 करोड़ की संपत्ति परिवार ने ले ली, जिस ट्रस्ट में सोनिया जी और राहुल गांधी के 76% शेयर थे. तो मित्रों, मुझे लगा कि देश को यह जरूरी है. तो राहुल गांधी जी, आपकी हार तय है. सोनिया जी, आपकी हार तय है. देश मोदी जी के साथ आगे बढ़ना चाहता है, लेकिन आज आपने दुनिया में भारत के लोकतंत्र को बदनाम किया है. I repeat, by this utterly irresponsible, shameful comment, Sonia ji, you and your son have shamed Indian democracy globally. मत करिए. हमें भारत के लोकतंत्र पर गर्व है, हमें भारत की मीडिया पर गर्व है, हमें भारत के न्यायपालिका पर गर्व है. अभी तो देखा इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड में फैसला हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? हुआ, बाकी होता है. यही तो देश है. तो मुझे लगा कि ये फैक्ट सामने रखें. और राहुल गांधी के एनजीओ मित्रों से आग्रह है, उनको जब प्रेस के सामने आप खड़ा कर देते हैं तो थोड़ा तो होमवर्क करा दिया कीजिए. क्यों उनकी जगहसाई कराते हैं? आपके वो युवराज हैं, आपके लोग उनको भविष्य के प्रधानमंत्री बनाने के लिए व्यग्र हैं. थोड़ा सा रंगाई पुताई ठीक से किया कीजिए. धन्यवाद.
मित्रों, मेरा विनम्र निवेदन माननीय डॉक्टर संबित पात्रा जी से होगा कि आपको संबोधित करें।
All right, Ravi Shankar Prasad, they're hitting out at the Congress party, saying Rahul Gandhi is openly lying and saying the Congress failed to file its income tax. This after the Congress addressed a press conference in which we actually saw former Congress President Sonia Gandhi also speaking. This was a rare appearance at a press conference where she said the Prime Minister has made a systematic effort to cripple the party financially, and the same charge was made by Rahul Gandhi. Mrs. Gandhi said this issue affects not just the Indian Congress Party but our democracy itself most fundamentally. And Mallikarjun Kharge also hit out and said, how can there be democracy when there's no level playing field, referring to the electoral bonds as well as the Congress's accounts being frozen.
Systematic effort is underway by the Prime Minister to cripple the Indian National Congress financially. Funds collected from the public are being frozen and money from our accounts is being taken away forcibly. However, even under these most challenging circumstances, we are doing our very best to maintain the effectiveness of our election campaign.
साजिशन मुख्य विपक्षी दल का बैंक अकाउंट फ्रीज कर दिया गया है ताकि हम पैसों के अभाव में बराबरी से चुनाव ना लड़े और ना लड़ पाए। ये सत्ताधारी दल द्वारा एक खतरनाक खेल है। इसके दूरगामी प्रभाव होंगे क्योंकि अगर डेमोक्रेसी को इस देश में बचाना है तो लेवल प्लेइंग ग्राउंड होना चाहिए।
Well, let's go across to Sunil Prabhu now for more on this. So, Sunil, after the Congress party addressed that press conference, you had Sonia Gandhi making that rare appearance and hitting out very strongly about this systematic crippling of the Congress party, taking the Prime Minister's name. Now, the BJP hitting back and saying that they are lying and Congress facing imminent defeat, and that is the reason why they are making all these excuses.
That's right, Gargi. Two sides of the, two aspects to it. But the truth is, it's like you and me not having access to a credit card or, being able to spend any money. That's how Rahul Gandhi put it and says this is an assault on democracy. If you can't take out 2 rupees or you can't spend money to buy a train ticket for your leaders and you're expected to contest in the biggest exercise across the world in terms of elections, then where is the level playing field? Yes, there is, they have now filed a case dating back to Sitaram Kesri's period as the treasurer, way back to 94, 95. There have been, various income tax notices that have been done. The Congress party has challenged this in the Supreme Court and has gone back to the High Court on various other issues. But the fact is that that money which they had, some 65 odd crores of rupees, is now with the income tax. It's been taken away. And even as we have seen a frontal attack by the Congress president, the former Congress president, Sonia Gandhi, and Rahul Gandhi today on this very important aspect.
All right. Thanks so much, Sunil, for joining us with all those details. So, as you can see, the BJP, they're hitting out after the Congress party's charges about the taxes and freezing of their accounts and about level playing field. Well, with that, time for us to slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, the Supreme Court has put a hold on the centre's fact-check unit. We'll get to all those details.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. Now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
So friends, it's time now कि मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब दे दूं in this section Ask TG, and this is one of my personal favorites क्योंकि इतना मजा आता है when we connect, when we talk about gadgets.
Welcome back. The Supreme Court today put a hold on the centre's March 20th notification setting up its fact-checking unit till the Bombay High Court takes a final decision on petitions challenging the 2023 amendment to the IT rules. Now, this comes a day after the centre had notified the fact-check unit under the Press Information Bureau to address the challenge of fake news. The Supreme Court putting a pause on that notification. Well, let's go across to Radhika now for more on this story. And Radhika, there had been several petitions before the courts over this matter. There was concern over freedom of speech as well. So a day after that notification, today the Supreme Court putting a stay on it.
Certainly, this is a win for the petitioners in the case. Supreme Court, they're reversing Bombay High Court's judgment. In fact, Bombay High Court had last week refused to grant any interim stay as far as FCU notification is concerned. In fact, Kunal Kamra had given plea. There were multiple pleas seeking an interim stay on FCU notification, which was in fact refused by Bombay High Court last week. Bombay High Court had said that notification can happen. It won't have any irreversible loss or, cause any sort of damage. So therefore, it can, government can go ahead with FCU notification. Now, as far as the entire legality of FCU under the IT Amendment Act is concerned, there was a split bench verdict that was given on Jan 31. One judge who was in favor of the petitioners, another who was in favor of the government, post which it went to the third bench. The third bench is yet to arrive at a conclusion as far as the legality of the entire FCU is concerned, which is when there were pleas filed for an interim stay on the notification, which was in fact refused. As far as the entire matter is concerned, of course, Kunal Kamra and other petitioners had challenged FCU, saying that it is a violation of fundamental rights, something that was observed by the Supreme Court also. Today, the petitions had said that it was a violation of freedom of speech and expression, and that it will have chilling effect, and also that what is offensive for one may not be offensive for another. So therefore, such statements made on social media is subjective, and therefore FCU should not exist. So these were some of the arguments that were made. It is still going on in Bombay High Court. The third bench, in fact, the third judge is yet to arrive at a conclusion on the legality part, which was earlier sort of heard by division bench that gave a split verdict. However, they refused interim stay, but now Supreme Court reversing and stating that, the notification must not happen. So a relief for the petitioners, certainly.
All right, Radhika, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. So big win for those petitioners. All right, and some news coming in. The Sri Lanka Navy has arrested 32 Tamil Nadu fishermen. They've been arrested for alleged trespassing. Remember, this is a problem one has seen very often in the waters between Tamil Nadu and Sri Lanka. Let's go across to Sam Daniel for more. Sam, give us the details.
Well, Gargi, what we understand from Fisheries Department is that 32 Indian fishermen from Rameshwaram area have been arrested by the Sri Lankan Navy for alleged trespass into their waters. They've also secured 3 of their boats, and this is the second such incident in less than a week. On Sunday, 21 other Indian fishermen were arrested, and this is a sensitive issue in Tamil Nadu because often fishermen, number one, stray into Lankan waters because of lack of clear direction. Secondly, they also sometimes knowingly venture into Sri Lankan waters because this particular area does not have enough fish over the years and they are forced to go there. The demand for many years from Tamil Nadu, irrespective of the government here, is to get into a long-term lease agreement with Sri Lanka so that Indian fishermen will have the traditional rights renewed to fish in Lankan waters. But ever since the defeat of the LTTE, the Lankan fishermen have resumed their livelihood opportunities in the sea, and this has become a regular affair. But while Lankan Navy does not kill as it used to be in the past, the question of arresting, and then more recently they've also stopped returning the secured boats. But if a particular boat is seized 3 times, then they decide to auction it, nationalizing these Indian boats. So this has become a strong political issue as well, and time and again Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin and all political party leaders write to the central government for their intervention to get them back. The larger question is to have a kind of a legal arrangement done, and often the BJP points fingers at DMK for allowing many decades ago ceding of the Kachativu island near Park Strait that has reduced the fishing area available for Indian fishermen, and that's again another issue asking for the retrieval of that particular spot.
All right, Sam, thanks so much for joining us with that breaking news. So 32 fishermen from Tamil Nadu, they're taken into custody by Sri Lanka, and as Sam is telling us, 3 boats also held by them. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. News updates continue on the other side. Do stay with us.
So friends, it's time now कि मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब दे दूं in this section Ask TG, and this is one of my personal favorites क्योंकि इतना मजा आता है when we connect, when we talk about gadgets, technology, directly one on one. तो आज देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमारे पास में क्या questions आए हैं across different domains और मुझे क्या इतनी abilities हैं कि मैं इनके जवाब दे पाता हूँ.
Hi Technical Guruji. So my question is, how can we monetize Instagram posts?
Okay, the monetization on Instagram works in 2 different ways. One is that you enable subscriptions and all that, but I would say the second method is much more effective, would give you much more returns, and this is when you grow at a certain level and then you do partnerships with different brands. आपने देखा होगा YouTube पे, Instagram पे, Facebook पे, all these influencers, they many times collaborate with different brands and वहाँ से you can monetize your content directly. So उसके लिए थोड़ा सा आपको मेहनत करना पड़ेगा. You need to make sure कि आपका प्रोफाइल एक certain level पे पहुंच जाए, and उसके बाद if you approach brands or if the brands approach you, you can monetize your posts, your stories, your reels, basically whatever content you post. If you are doing this in a partnership with a brand, you can have proper monetization. Well, अब जाके हो सकता है. In the beginning, when brands just removed the accessories like chargers from the box, तो उस टाइम पे not everyone had these chargers, और sometimes हम देखते थे कि जो cables हैं वो अलग हैं, कहीं पे lightning, कहीं पे USB-C, कहीं पे micro USB, on the other side sometimes USB-C, sometimes USB-A वगैरह वगैरह. But now with USB-C coming in place, and now that it's been 2-3 years जब थोड़ा टाइम हो चुका है, काफ़ी brands chargers remove कर चुके हैं, तो अब मुझे लगता है कि हाँ इसका फ़ायदा हो सकता है. For example, if I talk about myself, तो I have this charger from one of my old laptops, और ये I think 3 या 4 साल पुराना चार्जर है, and even today I use the same charger to charge all my devices. But now going forward, जब सबके पास में chargers हैं, तो मुझे लगता है कि इसका फर्क पड़ सकता है.
Is it okay to install a third-party battery in my MacBook?
To be honest, I won't recommend it. The reason is कि आप अगर एक MacBook की बात करते हैं, तो normally the battery should last at least 3 years minimum. उसके बाद अगर आप मैक को और लंबा यूज करना चाह रहे हैं, विच द मैक इज श्योरली केपेबल ऑफ, तो उस टाइम पे इफ यू इंस्टॉल अ थर्ड पार्टी बैटरी सेविंग अ फ्यू बक्स हियर एंड देयर, तो उस टाइम पे ठीक है आपका काम चल जाएगा, बट देन द एक्सपीरियंस माइट नॉट बी एग्जैक्टली द सेम, और शायद आप अपने मैकबुक की लाइफ स्पैन को थोड़ा सा कम कर दें। तो अगर आप एक एप्पल ऑथराइज्ड सर्विस सेंटर से एक जेन्युइन बैटरी इंस्टॉल करते हैं, विच नंबर 1 इंश्योर्स अ गुड backup, at the same time it ensures good safety as well, because battery is one of those critical components जहाँ पे you would not want to compromise। तो आप अगर एक genuine part लेते हैं, आपको बैकअप भी अच्छा मिलेगा और आप अगेन आगे आने वाले 2-3 साल तक अपने लैपटॉप को easily यूज कर पाएंगे with great battery life।
Supreme Court stays center's fact-check unit notification. Bombay High Court had allowed centre to notify the unit. The Supreme Court has set aside the Bombay High Court order. Election Commission bars government's publicity drive. Election Commission has told the government to stop sending Viksit Bharat messages. Former Congress President Sonia Gandhi hits out at Prime Minister Modi, alleges he's made a systematic effort to cripple the Congress party financially. Congress says that no level playing field given for Lok Sabha votes. The BJP has hit back at the Congress over the allegations made by the party. JP Nadda says Congress fears a historic defeat. Ravi Shankar Prasad also addressed a press conference hitting out at the Congress just a while back. The Supreme Court has once again refused to order a stay on the law to appoint election commissioners, stating that doing so at this stage would create chaos. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. The Election Commission has halted government's publicity drive after several complaints by opposition parties over the WhatsApp messages highlighting government's achievements were sent by the centre. The Election Commission has directed the IT Ministry that it must immediately stop sending WhatsApp messages. And the messages highlighting government's achievements, the Viksit Bharat messages that were sent to the people all across the country must be stopped immediately. Now, the IT Ministry has been asked to submit the compliance report. Remember, the EC had received several complaints that such messages highlight government's initiatives are still being delivered on citizens' phones despite the announcement of the elections and the MCC entering into force. Now, after these complaints, the EC has directed the IT Ministry to immediately stop sending the messages on WhatsApp. My colleague Sunil Prabhu is now joining us live on the broadcast. He's getting us more on that. Well, big order by the EC. We're learning now, Sunil, the EC has halted government's publicity drive and a compliance report has also been sought.
That's right. They have requested compliance immediately and asked them to immediately stop after they got from various quarters these WhatsApp messages with the Prime Minister's letter on Viksit Bharat being circulated by the Ministry of Information and Technology. And it's in this context that the Information Ministry has been asked to immediately comply with the Election Commission and respond that these messages are stopped forthwith to ensure a level playing field and ensure a free and fair election.
Absolutely. Well, this is to ensure a free and fair election and a level playing field. That is what the Election Commission has said after several complaints were received in regards to that. Well, the MeitY had informed the Commission, although the letters were sent out before MCC came into force, some of them could have been possibly delivered to recipients with a delay because of systemic and network limitations. So what happens now, Sunil? Well, the compliance report, of course, has to be filed as soon as possible, and the government will have to take action.
That's right. They'll have to immediately act and ensure compliance, failing which the Election Commission can take the strictest possible action against the Secretary Information and Technology and all the other officers responsible, including giving them a black mark in their ACRs if they don't comply with the order.
Getting us all those details there. We would request you to kindly stay on with us. We have some more news that we are tracking at this point in time as well. The Supreme Court has also put on hold the centre's March 20th notification setting up the fact-checking unit till the Bombay High Court takes a final decision on petitions challenging the 2023 amendment to the IT rules. Well, this comes a day after the centre had notified the fact-check unit under the PIB to address the challenge of fake news. Well, the Supreme Court today paused the notification, setting aside the Bombay High Court's go-ahead to the government's move. Now, the bench of Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, Justice J.B. Pardiwala and Justice Manoj Mishra said the matter concerns freedom of expression. The court, however, said it won't comment on the merits of the case. Well, that is the latest that's coming in at this point in time. Big development that has taken place. Let me go back to my colleague Sunil Prabhu here. Sunil, the centre's March 20th notification has been put on hold by the top court.
That's right. They put it on hold immediately after the centre last night had, notified the fact-checking unit. This would have given the Press Information Bureau the right to decide what was correct news, what was not. And it's on that basis that this would have been affected all of us in terms of portraying of news, because it's in their perception they could decide what is correct news, what is false, what is negative. And it's in this context without, proper mechanism, the Chief Justice of India and its bench, not getting into the minutes, have decided that this will affect the freedom of speech and not allowing that fact-checking unit to go underway and, be notified. And so they stayed that notification. And until the matter is completely heard, they will look at it at a later stage.
All right. Thank you so much, Sunil, for getting us all those details there on that. What the court today said has been detailed here. Now, what we are also learning is that more developments that have taken place as well. Let me go across to my colleague Radhika here. Radhika also joins us on the broadcast here. Radhika, what do we understand? Well, just a day after the centre had notified the unit, now the Supreme Court has paused the notification. Well, tell us more details about it.
Centre has notified, had in fact notified fact-check unit based on Bombay High Court's judgment. In fact, just last week, Bombay High Court had rejected a plea by Kunal Kamra and others, which was seeking a stay on FCU notification. So that plea was rejected just last week, following which, of course, this step was taken by the centre yesterday, and the order itself was reversed by the Supreme Court today. In fact, the legality, the constitutionality of FCU itself is under question, is under contention legally. There was a split verdict on January 31. One judge, in fact, favouring the petitioners, the other judge who was favouring the judges, following which, of course, this entire matter went to a third judge. Now, the third judge is yet to sort of decide on the legality of FCU, which is when there was a plea filed to stay the FCU notification, which was rejected and now reversed by the Supreme Court. So this is a relief as far as the petitioners are concerned. Now, petitioners had time and again argued that this is a violation of freedom of speech and expression, the FCU in itself, and that it will have chilling effect on people, especially content creators and comedians and so on. And the entire basis of FCU, which is to stop online content which is supposedly offensive or can be subjective, is something that has been said during the course of arguments. Of course, and time and again, Solicitor General before the Bombay High Court had stated that this will not take into account comedians or journalists and so on, and that this is on offensive content as far as the central government is concerned, and also fake content as far as the government schemes and policies are concerned. So arguments had been going on for several months, post which split verdict happened, and then it went to the third judge who had given a stay on FCU notification, which has now been reversed, but the matter is still going on, and the third judge has to take a decision on the legality of FCU under the new IT Amendment Act.
Well, yes, the matter has been put on hold. Well, the notification has been put on hold, we are learning, until the Bombay High Court takes a final decision on the petitions challenging the amendment that was brought into 2023 to the IT rules. Thank you so much, Radhika, for getting us all those details there. Well, we'll keep tracking the developments here. Meanwhile, some more news that we're tracking. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has said that India would lead the world in artificial intelligence technology and has asked startups to work for Indian solutions to global challenges. So that leadership of AI capabilities stays in India's hands. The Prime Minister said AI offers limitless possibilities for young innovators and global investors. Towards this end, the Government of India's Department of Science and Technology has launched a machine learning and AI technology hub called MATH at T-Hub, India's leading startup incubator at Hyderabad to foster innovation, create jobs and nurture startups. NDTV's Uma Sudhir spoke exclusively with MATH CEO Rahul Peth and T-Hub CEO M. Srinivas Rao on the roadmap to turn the PM's vision into reality.
The Department of Science and Technology has partnered with what is one of India's largest startup incubators, the T-Hub at Hyderabad, in order to give a boost to machine learning, artificial intelligence technology. And I have with me the T-Hub CEO, Mr. Srinivas Rao, and also the CEO of what is being called as MATH, Machine Learning and Artificial Intelligence Technology. First of all, locating it here, obviously these are technologies of the future and we are looking at it as something that's going to be globally competitive. The idea of locating it here would be what?
So idea is, so obviously we've all been using AI. So think about Google Maps, think about the Uber or Ola, we've already been using. And obviously in the last 1 or 2 years, thanks to OpenAI, ChatGPT, AI has become mainstream, right? And today we see far-reaching opportunities in AI to accelerate technology, to accelerate economic progress, etc. in a variety of sectors, be it education, be it healthcare, be it manufacturing, and so on, right? So we felt that there's a tremendous opportunity here to create an AI hub, okay, where we can provide startups and the entire ecosystem access to the resources to build out. I think there is directions from the government, both at the center and at the state, that we should focus on building out AI capability so that we don't miss out on this boat, we don't miss out on this race. And this initiative is a step in that direction.
So there is going to be no sector that is going to be untouched by AI and ML. Transformative, certainly it is going to be. What specifically are you bringing here to perhaps graduates who are now coming out saying that we have some AI skills, ML skills? What are they going to be getting at the center?
So at the center, definitely we have created lot of startups today in our ecosystem. Already 2,000 plus startups in our ecosystem which are working in and around AI. We have 60 plus startups in the physical premises here, and more we will onboard virtually. So we are also engaging with the student community, and for them we have launched our LMS platform, which is helping them to learn the AI skills, and also the first of its kind AI job portal in the country, which is purely focusing on AI jobs. So where not only today our startups are posting the jobs, but in next couple of weeks you will see we'll try to get as many AI jobs from all the corporate startups across the country, and that is a big boost and big motivation and big support for the student fraternity who are just passing out and trying to jump into this AI cycle.
The NASSCOM obviously says there's a huge gap between the skill available and the demand that's going to be there in the market. You are not a training agency, but you're saying you are bringing them all together so that you can match the skills with the demand in the market?
That's absolutely. That's first what we are doing is that we have built this platform to bring the training agencies and the student fraternity so that they can learn the courses, and it is not just for student, also for startup and corporate employees who are working in some different areas, and they can upskill to AI technologies and all this thing. So that is the skilling part. Second is the job part, and we are making this marriage happen, and where people are getting trained and they are getting absorbed by the startups or corporates. So definitely agreed. We also understood that gap. There is a huge gap in terms of jobs. People are saying that AI might take away jobs. My say is always that there is a huge job. We just have to address that. And our initiative with T-Hub, with DST is that we try to bridge that gap so that, the people can get trained and get these jobs.
Just one final question. We are in a mega election year, and the world over we are seeing AI being used for political campaigns, by firms and all that. Do we actually have a framework within which all this can operate? We saw what happened with Midjourney and Indonesia, cases that came up. do we have a framework? Any of you wants to respond?
So currently, like you might have seen the initiative or the advisory that MeitY has given. Everybody is trying, even our local bodies, government, everybody is trying to put a framework. It's too early to say there is a fixed framework, because even today we are also not aware, and people are also not aware about the possibilities what AI can do. So everybody is trying to bring together a joint initiative in terms of this advisory is one such initiative, and that is how we should go towards it. I think that is the right way of approaching it.
We can't say no to technology. This is a one-way route.
Yeah. No, so I think as long as it is seen as a force for good, there may be some negative consequences, bad actors, but I think like everything else in technology, if you go back over the last 500 years, printing press, steam engine, aeroplane, automobile, there have been consequences, but in the long run, all of these will play out for good.
Thank you so much, Mr. Srinivasan and Mr. Rahul Peth. So, exciting times here with AI and ML, how to harness them and use those technologies to help the innovators to become entrepreneurs and also put India on the global stage. In Hyderabad with camera person Nagaraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
Well, after that special conversation, let's now shift our focus to some more news that we're tracking. Gold prices have hit a record high after the US Fed has indicated 3 rate cuts this year. My colleague Sakshi Bajaj takes us through the details of this rally in the precious metals rates.
All that is glittering is gold, quite literally. Gold prices have hit an all-time high, with prices hitting 66,943,000 per 10 grams on the MCX. Now, experts believe this is due to a massive surge in demand, more so from central banks globally as they continue to purchase the bullion. Economists also believe the Fed's indication of 3 rate cuts in 2024 is the key reason for this spike and the precious metal as well as other asset classes we've seen throughout the trading day. Now remember, gold prices share an inverse relationship with interest rates, which means as interest rates decline, gold becomes more appealing. Well, this isn't the first time we've seen gold rates hit a record high in recent times, and analysts believe the momentum is going to continue if interest rates decline going forward.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
There's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Friends, this is what I have for the next one, because यहाँ पे this sleek looking laptop coming straight from Apple is the latest generation of MacBook Air, और यहाँ पे what's packed inside is Apple's new M3 chip now. तो ये Apple ने finally launch कर दिया है, and what's amazing is that look at this profile, मतलब कितना sleek आपको laptop मिलता है, at the same time it packs some amazing performance. यहाँ पे Apple की latest M3 chip है. It's a fanless design. That's the reason कि ये काफी आपको sleek मिलने वाला है. Quite lightweight. And this in fact is the 15-inch variant, जिसका 13-inch variant
goes non-stop. In a breakthrough, Assam's police special task force has arrested the ISIS India chief Haris Faruqi and one of his associates, who are on the National Investigation Agency's most wanted list after they entered Assam's Durbi illegally from neighbouring Bangladesh. Now, agencies received information that two members of ISIS were in India and who were camping in a neighbouring country would cross over to India at the Dhubri sector to carry out sabotage activities. The special task force sources told NDTV. Acharya Balakrishna, Managing Director of Patanjali Ayurved and an aide of Yoga Guru Ramdev, has apologized to the Supreme Court for the company's misleading claims about its products and their medical efficacy. The affidavit was filed yesterday, a day after the court came down heavily on Patanjali Ayurved for not responding to a contempt notice over misleading advertisements. The bench of the two justices has asked Balakrishna and Ramdev to appear in court on April 2. In an affidavit filed in the court, Mr. Balakrishna has said he has the highest regard for the rule of law, extending an unqualified apology, and he also said the company will ensure that such advertisements are not issued in the future. While issuing an apology for his company's misleading claims about the miraculous abilities of its formulations, in a short affidavit, Balakrishna said that he regrets the company's advertisement containing the offending sentences after the Supreme Court came down heavily on Patanjali Ayurved for failing to respond to a contempt notice. Sadhguru underwent an emergency brain surgery at a private hospital in the national capital after suffering life-threatening bleeding in the skull and is now recovering well. According to his treating doctor at Apollo Hospital, Sadhguru is improving beyond expectations. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi also spoke to the spiritual leader on Wednesday and wished him a speedy recovery. In a tweet on X, he said, spoke to Sadhguru ji and wished him good health and a speedy recovery, as per the post on X. Sadhguru took to social media to inform his followers that he was doing well in a video on Instagram. He said, the Apollo Hospital neurosurgeons cut through my skull and tried to find something, but they found nothing. Totally empty. Sadhguru jokes from his hospital bed after the surgery. He also said they gave up and patched it up. Here I am in Delhi with a patched up skull, but no damage, he added. Sadhguru had been suffering from a severe headache for the last 4 weeks. Despite the severity of the pain, he continued with his schedule and activities and even conducted the night-long Mahashivratri celebrations on the 8th of March. The United States recognizes Arunachal Pradesh as Indian territory and strongly opposes any unilateral attempts to advance territorial claims by China across the line of actual control. The State Department principal, a deputy spokesperson, Vedant Patel, said the senior Biden administration's official statement now came a few days after the Chinese military repeated its claim over the northeast state after Prime Minister Narendra Modi made a visit here and launched development projects. Federal Reserve officials signaled on Wednesday that they still expect to cut their key interest rates 3 times in 2024, despite signs that inflation was surprisingly high at the start of the year. Yet they foresee fewer rate cuts in 2025, and they slightly have raised the inflation forecast. Now, after ending their latest meeting, the officials kept their benchmark rate unchanged for the 5th straight time. The US Secretary of State is in the Middle East to discuss a post-war plan to govern and secure Gaza. Now, Antony Blinken's talks with Arab leaders in Saudi Arabia and then Egypt will focus on what the US calls an architecture for lasting peace. It comes as witnesses and Israeli forces had escalated their operation around the Al-Shifa hospital in Gaza, carrying out a number of airstrikes. Israel's military has said it had killed 90 gunmen at the hospital since Monday. Mourners held funeral prayers on Wednesday morning outside a hospital in central Gaza for 30 people killed in 3 separate Israeli airstrikes on urban refugee camps. Now, the Associated Press footage showing the mourners praying over the bodies, which were wrapped in funeral shrouds before the bodies were taken away in the carts for burials, in donkey carts for burials. 19 people, including 5 women, 9 children, were killed when a strike flattened a family home late on Tuesday in the urban refugee camp. Now, another person was killed in a separate strike in the camp. A strike in the nearby Burlij camp killed 8 people, including 3 women. And parcels were dropped over the Gaza Strip on Wednesday, as seen by the Associated Press in the southern Israel region. 2 planes dropped parcels attached to parachutes in the area of Gaza near the border. The airdrops are part of an international effort to work around extreme difficulties plaguing ground transport of aid into Gaza. The Associated Press could not confirm who was responsible for this parcel drop. Truckloads of aid have been stalled for political and security reasons. Humanitarian groups say the airdrops are deeply inadequate compared to ground deliveries. It comes after the US military said that its planes airdropped more than 41,000 meal equivalents and 23,000 bottles of water into northern Gaza, the hardest part of the enclave to access. Hundreds of displaced Palestinians lined up on Wednesday in the refugee camp in Mouassi in southern Gaza to pick up food as fighting rages on to the Indian-embattled territory. Now, this is a makeshift tent camp, remember, where thousands of Palestinians live in conditions that are scattered, farm fields and waterlogged dirt roads as well. Aid groups and international organizations have been warning about the risk of famine and the enclave in the area in the delivery of humanitarian aid, which is not increased. If that is not going to be increased, they're warning the situation will worsen. Pro-Palestinian activist on Wednesday delivered a letter to the Spanish Prime Minister calling on him to end the arms trade with Israel. Members of the Solidarity Network Against the Occupation of Palestine came to the headquarters of Spain's Social Party in Madrid with the letter, the banners and a bunch of black roses as well. Now, according to the demonstrators, the flowers symbolized more than 30,000 people killed in the Gaza Strip since October 7th. US President Joe Biden arrived in Texas on Wednesday. While there, the president opened a new line of attack against former President Donald Trump, asking and answering the classic "Are you better off today than you were 4 years ago?" question to remind voters of what it was like when Trump was in office. The Democratic president also criticized Trump for saying over the weekend that a bloodbath would follow if he loses to Biden again in November. Trump and his allies defended the rhetoric, saying the Republicans' comments were about the US auto industry altogether. Elton John says the key to his success alongside songwriting partner Bernie Taupman has been the variety of music they've produced and listened to over the years. John and Taupman were honored by the Library of Congress with the Gershwin Prize for Popular Song on Wednesday night in Washington, D.C., drawing fellow musicians including Annie Lennox, Brandy Carly and Metallica.
Well, it's just part and parcel of it. If you're successful, you have to give back. And that's my mantra when I got sober in 1990. And it's been my mantra ever since. And, you know, the two go hand in hand. If you get great success, then you have to offer something back. So that's a testament. We love so much different music. I think there's not a genre of music we don't really like so much. And that's been the length and the longevity of our career has because the songs vary and the songs last because they cover different territories. Philadelphia Freedom is not like Burn Down the Nation. Daniel is not like Saturday Night's All Right for Fighting. There's a lot of different stuff. Our palette is full of colours. Yeah.
Thank you guys. It's huge. I think it's immeasurable, actually, that you evolve in the way that Elton has done throughout his life. He's lived his life in a hugely public way. He's taken huge risks. He seems to be very comfortable with his fame, but he's used it in a way that has made massive global differences in really, really significant areas. You know, I mean, HIV and AIDS is a massive, massive challenge, and yet Elton was doing it, still doing it, saving lives, and That, I have so much respect for him, you just cannot imagine. And then, of course, stood there right at the front with the charge with David. I just think he's so spectacular, truly.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Friends, moving ahead for the top story, I've got not one, but in fact two different new smartphones. These are from the Samsung Galaxy A series. What I have with me is the all-new Samsung Galaxy A35. साथ में Galaxy A55 भी है. Both are, of course, 5G स्मार्टफोन्स. इंटरेस्टिंग डिजाइन, इंटरेस्टिंग कॉन्फ़िगरेशन और काफ़ी फ्रेश लग रहे हैं दोनों फोन्स, कमिंग स्ट्रेट फ्रॉम सैमसंग. और यहाँ पे सैमसंग इज प्रॉमिसिंग अ फ्यू थिंग्स. सबसे पहले एक काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग और प्रीमियम डिज़ाइन. सेकेंड थिंग इज अमेजिंग ड्यूरेबिलिटी, बिकॉज यहाँ पे ऑन द फ्रंट एंड ऑन द बैक व्हाट वी हैव इज कॉर्निंग्स गोरिल्ला ग्लास.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
The Supreme Court criticizes the Tamil Nadu governor for not appointing Ponmudi as minister in the state government, takes a strong view against Governor Ravi, says he has time till tomorrow to act. The Supreme Court stays the centre's fact-check unit notification. The Bombay High Court had allowed the centre to notify the unit. The Supreme Court has set it aside. The Election Commission has barred the government's publicity drive, has told the government to stop sending Viksit Bharat messages to individuals, to citizens. Several complaints had been made to the poll body over messages being received on WhatsApp. Former Congress President Sonia Gandhi addresses a rare press conference, hits out at Prime Minister Modi, alleges he's made a systematic effort to cripple the Congress party financially. The Congress says no level playing field for Lok Sabha polls with the electoral bonds and the freezing of their accounts over the tax notice. The BJP counters the charge, says the Congress is creating an alibi for defeat, that the Congress failed to file tax returns. And gold prices hit a record high after the US Fed has indicated 3 rate cuts this year. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV, and our top story now. The Supreme Court has criticized the Tamil Nadu Governor Ravi for not appointing Ponmudi as minister, even though it was cleared by the state government. The Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, said, Mr. Attorney General, what is your governor doing? The conviction has been stayed by the Supreme Court, and the governor says he won't swear him in. We'll have to make some serious observations. Please tell your governor. The Supreme Court has taken a serious view of this. They have now given the governor time till tomorrow. Let's go across to Sam Daniel and Sunil Prabhu for more. Sunil, first you tell us more about what the Chief Justice said. Very strong words about the governor.
Very strong words, and I've never seen the Chief Justice of India talk so tough to a constitutional authority like Mr. R.N. Ravi, saying very, very categorically that what he has done is basically defying the Supreme Court. We are going to say very categorically, if Mr. Attorney General, you don't come with any positive response, that he must act as per the Constitution. what he's attempting to do is defy the constitutional framework and our court's order, where it has given very clearly that Mr. Poonmadi has to be sentence has been stayed, and it's in this context that the Chief Justice of India had some very, very strong words. This after the Attorney General kept on pointing out that the state cannot come to the center like this or with an application in this regard. It's then that the Chief Justice of India asked, what will the state do? What are the options before them? And it's and as pointed out by Mr. Singhvi, who's really acting on behalf of the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister here, very categorically saying that he's on a continuous basis defying, be it on bills that have been put on hold, very strong words against a former police officer who really, as the Supreme Court points out, does not understand the Constitution, is acting in a defiant manner, and really the Supreme Court coming very, very, very strongly. As I said, I haven't seen in recent times such strong words used against a governor. And in this case, Mr. Anand Ravi, really a defaulter, not for the first, but the second time. Really, what they said was he should have been allowed. The question is, does he get reinstated immediately or does he need to be sworn in? That's the issue that they were looking at. Rahul Gandhi's case was cited, but there he was not a minister. And it's in this context that the Supreme Court will wait to hear from the Attorney General, who gave the excuse that he hasn't spoken to the Tamil Nadu governor. He hasn't got the papers. And they have said that we will pass an order come what may tomorrow, failing which if we don't get anything positive from you. But prima facie, they have found the Tamil Nadu governor wanting for his continuing acts of defiance against the Constitution, against parliamentary democracy.
All right. And Sam, this is, comes after several rounds of state government versus the governor has already taken place in Tamil Nadu. And now in the Supreme Court, this issue over the Minister Poonmadi being appointed once again, which the governor flatly refused to do.
That's right, Gargi. Last week, when the Supreme Court stayed Poonmadi's conviction and sentence, the Chief Minister M.K. Stalin wrote to the governor urging him to swearing him in as a minister the same evening or the next morning. But the governor chose to proceed to Delhi on a personal work, and it was that that had touched a raw nerve. And this is not the first time, in fact, the governor has been defiant, despite in the past at least a few times the Supreme Court ruling that the governors ought to abide by the aid and council of ministers. In Tamil Nadu's case, Anand Ravi has number one, delayed bills passed by the Assembly and sent them back after a long time. And the bills which were reenacted, instead of immediately accepting them and giving assent, contrary to the rules and traditions, he has referred them to the President, causing further delay for such bills. And in the Assembly, at least twice, Anand Ravi has skipped the official speech given to him and has gone away from that. He has refused to read names like Karunanidhi, Ambedkar, Periyar, and that again had become a huge issue. And opposition ruled states like Tamil Nadu see a larger pattern of governors in such states running a kind of a parallel administration, scuttling development and creating needless challenges and obstacles for duly elected government, undermining them. It's in this context states like Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Delhi, West Bengal had already moved the Supreme Court, and this has come as a huge embarrassment and a shame for Governor Anand Ravi. We'll have to wait and see whether he'll immediately call for Mr. Poonmadi's swearing in the same evening today or tomorrow. But in the past, Anand Ravi has denied those accusations that he deliberately withholds past bills, saying that the Constitution gives him the provision to put them on hold, and that's only a nice way of saying they have been rejected. And on the question of him touching very politically sensitive subjects and passing comments on those things like Hindi language or Sanatan Dharma, he says the Constitution does not prohibit a governor from expressing his personal views. Gargi.
That's right, Sam. So we're going to have to, wait and see what action the governor takes tomorrow. But as you pointed out, this has been an ongoing issue, by the opposition rule states where you've had the governors creating obstacles in the path of governance, be it Kerala, be it Tamil Nadu and Karnataka as well. This issue has come before the Supreme Court before, as you pointed out. And that time too, the Supreme Court said that, they cannot act as this, extra sort of governance in these states, and that once a bill is sent back, they need to pass it. So after that is when we saw several bills finally being passed, and now another instance, and as I said, we'll have to wait and see what Governor Ravi does. But yes, as you said, Sam, there's been a background to this issue.
That's right, and particularly in Tamil Nadu and states like Kerala, West Bengal, Delhi and a few other states, this has been a huge challenge. Many governments had moved the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court had given clear rulings. In fact, from Tamil Nadu, there's another case pending in the Supreme Court with the Tamil Nadu government urging the Supreme Court to fix a time frame for governors to dispose bills that come to them. Otherwise, Constitution does not mention any particular time frame, and that is being misused by the governors. That's what the ruling DMK says, and we'll have to see what particular order will the Supreme Court give, taking into account all these developments, including the one today.
All right, Sam, thanks so much for joining us with all of those details. Another news levelling a serious allegation against the government. Weeks before the Lok Sabha election, former Congress President Sonia Gandhi addressed a rare press conference along with other Congress leaders and said that Prime Minister has made a systematic effort to cripple the party financially. The same charge was made by senior Congress leader Rahul Gandhi as well. Congress said during this press conference, no level playing field for the Lok Sabha polls with the electoral bonds and the freezing of their accounts over the tax dispute. Now, the BJP dismissed the Congress's claims and said the party is seeking to create an alibi in utter desperation over its imminent defeat.
Mr. Rahul Gandhi, what do you mean by this? Don't insult Indian democracy. राहुल गांधी, भारत के लोकतंत्र को इस तरह से आप शर्मसार नहीं करें. ये देश आपकी पार्टी से बड़ा है, ये देश का लोकतंत्र आपसे बड़ा है. और आज इसी देश में आपने झूठ बोला है, गाली दी है और सब देश ने देखा है. अब देखिए, इन्होंने जब इनको पेनल्टी लगी तो ये सीआईटी अपील के यहां गए, ये स्टे एप्लीकेशन रिजेक्ट हो गया. उसके बाद फिर ये गए सीआईटी के यहां, कमिश्नर अपील के यहां, वहां भी रिजेक्ट हो गया.
Systematic effort is underway by the Prime Minister to cripple the Indian National Congress financially. Funds collected from the public are being frozen and money from our accounts is being taken away forcibly. However, even under these most challenging circumstances, we are doing our very best to maintain the effectiveness of our election campaign.
साजिशन मुख्य विपक्षी दल का बैंक अकाउंट फ्रीज कर दिया गया है ताकि हम पैसों के अभाव में बराबरी से चुनाव ना लड़े और ना लड़ पाए. ये सत्ताधारी दल द्वारा एक खतरनाक खेल है. इसके दूरगामी प्रभाव होंगे, क्योंकि अगर डेमोक्रेसी को इस देश में बचाना है तो लेवल प्लेइंग ग्राउंड होना चाहिए.
Let's go across to NDTV's Sunil and Vasudha for more. And Sunil, a major press conference, Sonia Gandhi making that rare appearance at a Congress press conference as well to hit out at the government over this and naming the Prime Minister, talking about these systematic attempts to cripple the Congress party.
That's right. As you've been seeing this story for some time play out, it's in this context now that after they got a 30-year later notice, and especially in the midst of elections, that they are raising there are serious concerns about the way and manner. And actually, honestly, if we look at it, I would really urge, the political adversaries, either the Congress or the BJP, to cite examples where there have been income tax notices past 25 to 30 years, 94-95 period. Has the same been done? People have been in power for in and out of governments. Have various other political parties also served notices from the income tax in this manner? These are points to be considered. The Congress party making a case of a non-level playing field about the fact that it's not free and fair, that the high courts or the courts of this country are not intervening, the Election Commission is not taking any action. We are being not allowed to use our own money, which has been raised by the public. And it's in this context that they expected to take on the BJP-led NDA, which is really on the front foot at this present juncture. So with the opposition already diminished, to take on the likes like the BJP, who have thousands of crores, which they have also got through electoral bonds, how are they to counter that campaign?
All right. And Vasudha, the BJP hitting back and talking about the Congress not having, given heed to these tax notices and creating an alibi for defeat.
Well, Gargi, the party did attempt to mount a very strong defense of the party when it came to allegations that the Congress party has raised, including Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi today. And in fact, two important points that the party said was that, that rules are for everybody and they cannot be flouted by anyone, especially the Gandhi Parivar, and they cannot think of this as a matter of entitlement. The second thing that they talked about, all three people, including JP Nadda, tweeted, in defense of the party. They have said that, during the emergency, between 75 to 77, the country did go through a period of, a dark period in which democracy was in danger. But today, Rahul Gandhi did address a press conference in which, he did talk to media, and that was all shown. So democracy is not in danger. That's what they said. Most importantly, they said that the IT rules do have a provision for political parties to not pay taxes. But for that, they have to file returns, which the Congress party has not done. That's what they've alleged. And they've also said that Congress party has failed to keep its books and accounts in order, which is why it's blaming its financial troubles for its own moral and intellectual and political bankruptcy.
All right. Thanks so much, Vasudha and Sunil, for joining us with those details. With that, we'll slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, the Election Commission has halted the government's publicity drive. We'll get you more details.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
So friends, it's time now कि मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब दे दूं in this section Ask TG, and this is one of my personal favorites क्योंकि इतना मजा आता है when we connect, when we talk about gadgets, technology, directly one on one. तो आज देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमारे पास में क्या क्वेश्चन।
Welcome back. Now, taking a strong step to ensure compliance with the Model Code of Conduct, the Election Commission directed the Union government to immediately halt the Viksit Bharat messages, which are still being sent over WhatsApp. The poll panel also instructed the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology to immediately submit a compliance report. Thursday's action by the Election Commission comes after it received several complaints, many from Congress leaders as well, about the Model Code of Conduct violated by Methi sending the messages. In response, the ministry informed the panel that the messages, which contain a letter from the Prime Minister asking citizens for their advice, was sent out on 15th of March before the Model Code of Conduct came into force, and they claim that some of them could have been delivered with a delay because of system architecture and network limitations. So that is what the ministry has claimed when questioned about how these messages are still going across to citizens, even though the Model Code of Conduct has kicked in since Saturday. So now today, on Thursday, is when finally the Election Commission has taken some action over this and halted the government's publicity drive. Let's go across to Ghazali now for more. And Ghazali, several Congress leaders had highlighted this. This has been spoken about on social media, and they had also complained with the Election Commission.
Hello?
Yes, Ghazali, go ahead.
Can you please repeat the question?
Yes, just pointing out that, several complaints had been made, and the Congress party also raised the issue of these Viksit Bharat messages still going to citizens' phones.
Yeah, and this was particularly raised here in Chandigarh with the Chief Electoral Officer receiving this message, acknowledging as a complaint that this is violation of the Model Code of Conduct, and this now the order coming from the ECI and asking the Ministry of Information Technology to file a compliance report certainly shows or proves that it has been acknowledged that this was a violation, a brazen violation of the Model Code of Conduct, because the complaint, when it was received by the CEO here in Chandigarh, the Chief Electoral Officer of Chandigarh, in the press statement it had issued that perhaps one department or one ministry of the government is misusing its power while the Code of Conduct is in place. And most of the Congress leaders, opposition leaders from different parties had highlighted it on the social media that how, despite EC's strong regulations and orders to follow the protocols and guidelines in order to not violate the Model Code of Conduct, these bulk messages were being received by a lot of voters across the country. A foreign newspaper has also sort of published that how NRIs is staying in many how people in Gulf countries or in foreign countries are also receiving these kind of messages. So that certainly shows that EC was forced to perhaps take notice of it, because this had been going on since 16th of March, the day since this entire code of conduct was announced or the press briefing was held by Election Commission. And now this will also send a strong message to rest of the political parties or parties who are in power in the state, like what is happening in Himachal Pradesh, that 1500 rupees 1500 which the Himachal government had promised to give to every woman above the age of 18. That entire scheme, the data is being collected, and that has also come under the scrutiny of the Election Commission. So these kind of schemes, publicity, welfare steps, whether you can take it while the code of conduct is in place, the promises which you have made, and whether it has the potential to influence the voters or not, is being scrutinized by the EC, is certainly a welcoming step which will send out a message to all the political parties. And this has nothing to just do with the Viksit Bharat message, because you can see the cutout of politicians, prime ministers, chief ministers across the country everywhere. And now perhaps after this strong reminder by the EC, the governments, the parties will take consider it and rectify their actions. And some of it is also happening in Punjab. We saw that how Bhagwant Man's pictures outside the health facilities and infrastructures are being covered. So perhaps Prime Minister Modi's cutouts are there outside petrol fuel stations and at multiple locations. So perhaps that will also get covered at multiple locations after the EC has taken note of it.
All right. Thanks so much, Ghazali, for joining us with all those details. So that's the big development with the Election Commission asking the government to stop sending out the Viksit Bharat messages. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Supreme Court criticizes the Tamil Nadu governor for not appointing Ponmudi as minister, takes a strong view against him, says he has time till tomorrow. The Supreme Court stays the centre's fact-check unit notification. The Bombay High Court had allowed the centre to notify the unit, which they did so yesterday, but the Supreme Court has set it aside, citing freedom of expression. The Election Commission bars the government's publicity drive. The EC tells the government to stop sending Viksit Bharat messages as the model code of conduct is in place. Several complaints were made to the poll body over the messages still being received. Former Congress President Sonia Gandhi hits out at Prime Minister Modi, alleges he's made a systematic effort to cripple the Congress party financially, says this has implications on democracy. The Congress says no level playing field for Lok Sabha polls with electoral bonds on one hand and the freezing of their accounts.
So friends, it's time now कि मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब दे दूं in this section Ask TG, and this is one of my personal favorites क्योंकि इतना मजा आता है when we connect, when we talk about gadgets, technology, directly one on one. तो आज देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमारे पास में क्या questions आए हैं across different domains और मुझे क्या इतनी abilities हैं कि मैं इनके जवाब दे पाता हूँ.
Hi Technical Guruji. So my question is, how can we monetize Instagram posts?
Okay, the monetization on Instagram works in two different ways. One is that you enable subscriptions and all that, but I would say the second method is much more effective, would give you much more returns, and this is when you grow at a certain level and then you do partnerships with different brands. आपने देखा होगा YouTube पे, Instagram पे, Facebook पे, all these influencers, they many times collaborate with different brands and वहाँ से you can monetize your content directly. So उसके लिए थोड़ा सा आपको मेहनत करना पड़ेगा. You need to make sure कि आपका प्रोफाइल एक certain level पे पहुंच जाए, and उसके बाद if you approach brands or if the brands approach you, you can monetize your posts, your stories, your reels, basically whatever content you post. If you are doing this in a partnership with a brand, you can have proper monetization. Oh, well, अब जाके हो सकता है. In the beginning, when brands just removed the accessories like chargers from the box, तो उस टाइम पे not everyone had these chargers, और sometimes हम देखते थे कि जो cables हैं वो अलग हैं, कहीं पे lightning, कहीं पे USB-C, कहीं पे micro USB, on the other side sometimes USB-C, sometimes USB-A वगैरह वगैरह. But now with USB-C coming in place and now that it's been 2-3 years, जब थोड़ा टाइम हो चुका है, काफ़ी ब्रांड्स चार्जर्स रिमूव कर चुके हैं, तो अब मुझे लगता है कि हाँ इसका फ़ायदा हो सकता है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल इफ आई टॉक अबाउट माई सेल्फ, तो आई हैव दिस चार्जर फ्रॉम वन ऑफ माई ओल्ड लैपटॉप्स. करें.
Welcome back. Some breaking news now coming in. The State Bank of India has filed an affidavit of compliance in the electoral bonds issue. It has given all details of electoral bonds. Remember, at the last hearing, the SBI had been asked to give the alphanumeric numbers of the bonds so one could tally which companies had donated to which party. So the SBI has now given details of the alphanumeric numbers of the bonds. And let's go across to Sunil Prabhu now for more. And Sunil, so finally, this information made available by the SBI after several times of the Supreme Court, telling them to make this data available.
That's right. There has been a very serious process in terms of how they've gone about this entire exercise. Finally, we have a confirmation from the State Bank of India that the chairman, managing director, has given an affidavit and signed it and said very categorically that they are complying completely with the Supreme Court in terms of giving all details, including the unique ID, the alphanumeric number, which is not open to the naked eye, which can be a security feature, which can be seen under UV light, and that will help in the correlation between the donor as well as the recipient, in this case, the political party. So that information has now been submitted to the Election Commission. We are told that the Election Commission will shortly release that data for the public and comply forthwith as it has been directed by the Supreme Court. It will be put on the Election Commission website to comply with the Supreme Court directive so that everybody, people like you and me and various people who are really interested in transparency, accountability, in probity in public life, that data will be made public. So the story has now gone full forward, just not about who had bought the most number of bonds, but where did it go? To which political party, whether there was a quid pro quo, whether there were shell companies, what were the linkages between them, were there any ED cases? All those important aspects will be brought into public domain. And it's in this context that the State Bank of India has filed that affidavit of compliance by the chairman, managing director before the Supreme Court. They have given that data to the Election Commission, and we are told the Election Commission will shortly release that data to the general public for everybody to know in terms of, as the Chief Election Commissioner continuously says, disclose, disclose, disclose. It's in that context, everything will be disclosed.
Right, and this after, many arguments were made before the Supreme Court bench, Sunil. In fact, last Friday, the Supreme Court even admonishing the government bank for not giving that full disclosure. In fact, the SBI earlier in March and on the 14th had even asked for more time. They wanted time till June to disclose all the data that they had, saying that they needed more time. This was, of course, questioned by many, and the Supreme Court not having any of it.
That's so right, and very, very interesting that you bring that up. If you remember, the Supreme Court, when it heard it on Monday, in fact, told Mr. Hari Salve, who's a senior counsel, asking him whether he's appearing for a political party when he was appearing for State Bank of India. These were the subtle remarks that were made. But be it business houses, be it the government, the Solicitor General, or be it the State Bank of India, every effort was made to try to curtail this information from coming out in the public. But the Supreme Court took a very strong and firm view in terms of political funding, that this has to come out in the open. And as the Chief Election Commission, the Chief Justice of India himself said, we put you on notice in 2019 when we had asked for all details to be given in a sealed cover. So now you can't come and say that you haven't heard this before. So it's in this context that the Supreme Court was extremely tough with the State Bank of India. Now they have filed all that data. Everything can be correlated because the unique numbers now can be matched. Apart from that, the Election Commission has got this data. They can also release it to the public, and that's what we have been told. And lastly, and most importantly, the chairman, managing director, has filed an affidavit of compliance that he respects the court's verdict and that he has, in accordance with the law of the land, submitted it to the Election Commission with that affidavit.
Right, and finally, Sunil, so how soon will this be, provided to the public? The Election Commission expected to put this out on their website in a short while?
That's right. It will be done in a short while. It will be in a few. It depends on the Election Commission how it's come. If it's come in raw format, you have to put it on an online basis. It has to be accessible to the others. It's a matter of time. An hour or two or whatever. But I think publicly, it's now just a matter of time before everybody can see it.
All right, thanks so much, Sunil, for joining us. With that, so today was the deadline given by the Supreme Court for the SBI, the government bank, to comply. And the State Bank of India has given this affidavit of compliance. It has made all details of electoral bonds available to the Election Commission, which means the alphanumeric numbers have also been made available. And soon we'll be able to see which companies donated what amount to which political party. The Supreme Court today put on hold the centre's March 20th notification setting up its fact-checking unit till the Bombay High Court takes a final decision on petitions challenging the 2023 amendment to the IT rules. This comes a day after the centre notified that fact-check unit to ostensibly take on fake news. The Supreme Court, however, paused it, setting aside the Bombay High Court's go-ahead. A bench of the Chief Justice and Justice Pardiwala and Justice Manoj Mishra said the matter concerns freedom of expression. The court, however, said it won't comment on the merits of the case. The centre last year had brought some amendments to the Information Technology Act rules of 2021, including a provision for a fact-check unit to flag fake, false or misleading online content related to the government. Well, let's go across to Radhika for more. And Radhika, so a relief for the petitioners in this matter, and many in the media had also challenged this because, it seems that with this fact-check unit in place, there were worries about the freedom of the media.
Certainly, this is a win for petitioners in this case. In fact, the Supreme Court reversing Bombay High Court judgment. In fact, Bombay High Court had last week refused to grant a stay on FCU notification. This after a split verdict was given sometime in January. January 31st is when a division bench of the Bombay High Court had given a split verdict as far as the legality and constitutionality of the entire fact-check unit is concerned. So post that, it went to a third judge. The third judge is still deciding on the legality of the FCU. However, Kunal Kamra and a few others had filed pleas seeking a stay on FCU notification until the legality part is decided by the third judge. The Bombay High Court did not grant that relief to the petitioners, post which, of course, Supreme Court, in fact, going ahead and reversing the order. In fact, yesterday, Centre had notified FCU. However, today, Supreme Court saying that until the time matter is decided, notification is not required. Bombay High Court, however, while refusing to grant that stay, had said that this decision will not have any sort of irreparable loss or damage. So, therefore, notification can happen, which the Supreme Court obviously did not agree with. As far as the entire matter goes, the petitions filed before the Bombay High Court over a period of time. In fact, the petitioners say that an FCU would have chilling effect. It is violation of freedom of speech and expression, and what is misleading or fake is something that is subjective, and what is offensive to one can not be offensive to another. And certain arguments were made, of course, by the petitioners, to which Solicitor General said that comedians and political opinion makers will not come under its purview. This is to deal with people who sort of give fake news or put online content which is misleading as far as government's policies and decisions are concerned, and which is where FCU will come into picture. So series of arguments that were made before Bombay High Court, split verdict, one verdict which was supporting the petitioners, another judge who in fact supported the centre. Now the third judge has to make a decision on the legality part of FCU. Until then, of course, the Supreme Court has made sure that notification won't happen from the centre side. So certainly a relief for the petitioners, including Kunal Kamra.
All right, Radhika, thanks so much for joining us with all those developments. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, an FIR against BJP leader and Union Minister Shobha Karandlaje. Will get you all the details.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Friends, this is what I have for the next one, because यहाँ पे this sleek looking laptop coming straight from Apple is the latest generation of MacBook Air, और यहाँ पे what's packed inside is Apple's new M3 chip now. तो ये Apple ने finally launch कर दिया है, and what's amazing is that look at this profile, मतलब कितना sleek आपको laptop मिलता है, at the same time it packs some amazing performance. यहाँ पे Apple की latest M3 chip है. It's a fanless design. That's the reason कि ये काफी आपको sleek मिलने वाला है. Quite lightweight. And this in fact is the 15-inch variant. जो इसका 13-inch variant है वो थोड़ा सा और ज़्यादा छोटा और आपको हल्का feel होता है. It's even more portable. At the same time, it packs some serious power because यहाँ पे जो memory है, it goes up to 24 GB. The storage can go up to 2 terabytes. हमारे पास में proper MagSafe port है. We have a headphone jack as well. At the same time, यहाँ पे USB-C ports भी हैं. We have a full-size keyboard, a nice 15-inch screen in a very sleek form factor, and this packs a
News now coming in from Bengaluru. After a directive by the Election Commission, an FIR has been filed against BJP leader and Union Minister Shobha Karandlaje. This is over her remarks on the Bengaluru blast when she had blamed the millions. She said people from Tamil Nadu come here and cause blasts in the cafe. She had apologized for that comment, but the DMK had filed a complaint with the Election Commission over this hate speech against the millions. Let's go across to Pratibha now for more. And after this direction by the Election Commission, the Election Commission there in Bengaluru taking action and filing this FIR?
Well, in fact, yes, the DMK had taken objection those remarks, and including the fact that Shobha Karandlaje's remarks did not really go down well, and the BJP too had distanced itself. Based on the complaint that was filed by an advocate in the Madurai police station, an FIR was registered there, and upon the DMK's complaint, the Election Commission of India had asked the Election Commission of Karnataka to take appropriate steps. Now what we hear is that based on all these directions, an FIR has been registered. Remember, the Election Commission had initially pointed out that any kind of hate speech and misinformation, all of them will definitely be addressed as far as this election is concerned, and they seem to be living by this rules that have been laid down by the Election Commission, no matter the party. These kind of hate speeches need to definitely be addressed, is the message that is being given out by the Election Commission at this point in time. Of course, will this really augur well for the BJP MP is something that we need to look at, and the repercussions of it as far as the BJP's election is concerned with respect to the Bengaluru North constituency needs to also be closely watched.
Right, absolutely, Pratibha, but also reassurance in a sense to the opposition parties who are very concerned about the complaints that they make, whether the Election Commission would take it up strongly. So given this sort of action being taken now, some reassurance for opposition parties on the Election Commission's fair treatment.
In fact, interestingly, the Congress in Karnataka did not really make any kind of official statement except for last evening when Mr. Dinesh Gundurao of the Congress spoke to NDTV talking about how the statement comes in poor light. They did not want to really stoke this entire remark to balloon into a bigger issue, but they wanted to quietly wait for the Election Commission to take a call on this. And that was the move of the Congress government in Karnataka. And as far as the BJP is concerned, of course, they have distanced themselves from this remark in Karnataka. Yes, this has definitely not really augured well for the Tamil Nadu, and the Congress as well as the DMK came out heavily against this remark that was made by Shobha Karanlaje, a bitter spat that was also witnessed on social media. But of course, once the BJP realized this, perhaps that is precisely why Shobha Karanlaje was took no time in terms of apologizing on the social media platform. As of now, we haven't heard any kind of official statement. Shobha Karanlaje has refused to speak to the media as well. We'll have to wait and see the repercussions of this on the Lok Sabha election, of course.
Right, and hopefully this will serve as, a warning to others who may indulge in this sort of hate speech or these sort of comments. But on the subject of Shobha Karanlaje, do stay on with us, Pratibha. We move on to Sadanand Gowda now, on whose constituency Shobha Karanlaje will be fighting. BJP leader Sadanand Gowda, the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, had spoken to the media after expressing disappointment over being denied the ticket ahead of the Lok Sabha election. He finally did address the media today and said he has decided to stick with the party. Let's listen into what he had to say.
Sir, ಭಾರಿ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗಿ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಪರಿವಾರವಾದ ಇರಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥದ್ದು ನನ್ನ ಶುದ್ಧೀಕರಣದ ಪ್ರಮುಖ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅದೇ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಉತ್ತರ.
Let's go back to Pratibha for more. And Pratibha, he spoke about unhappiness over family politics in the state. Tell us more about what he had to say.
In fact, initially he did start off his speech by talking about how pained he was with the grand welcome that he was given when he was asked to make a comeback into the party, especially after announcing his retirement from electoral politics. But then he had to meet with an unceremonious exit later, and this has definitely cost him a lot of pain. He started his speech with that and later went on to talk about how he would remain with the party and that he would work for the welfare of the BJP in Karnataka as well as in the entire country to ensure PM Modi would again step into the country as Prime Minister once again. The third thing that he mentioned was that whether or not he is asked to contest this particular election, he will continue to work as a party member for the welfare of the Saffron Party in Karnataka. And he also touched upon one important point, which is the purification process that he would indulge in. He would put in efforts to purify the party, and when we delved deeper into that, he said that he would be talking about, or the first step that he would be taking is to talk about the family politics in Karnataka that he is very much against. Well, was this an indirect target at Mr. Yediyurappa or not is something that he did not really wish to specify or take names. But as far as what we hear right now, Sadanand Gowda staying back within the party and working for the welfare of it in the state as well as the country.
All right, thanks so much, Pratibha, for joining us with those details. Well, news now from the northeast, where the ISIS India chief Harish Faruqi was arrested yesterday by the Assam STF and handed over to the NI. Now, what the Assam police sources have said is that it was an inter-agency handover. Let's go across to Ratnadeep for more. Ratnadeep, give us more details about this entire operation and now handing over this ISIS chief to the NIA.
That's right. In fact, Harish Faruqi, who is the head of the ISIS operations in India, who was hiding in neighboring Bangladesh. That's what we are picking up from our sources in NIA. He was picked up last morning in a swift operation by Assam STF, working on the inputs of intelligences, along with Harish Faruqi. His close aide Rehan was also picked up, and they were brought to the STF headquarters in Guwahati and then handed over to NIA. It was an interagency handover, and a short while back, the NIA actually had produced them at the special NIA court in Guwahati for a transit remand so that they can be taken to Delhi. Remember, Harish Faruqi has several cases against him, but he's most wanted in the NIA's investigation to the ISIS Delhi module, and therefore now NIA will take him along with his close aide to Delhi for further investigation. However, the input that had come in that they had illegally entered India for some subversive activities, for sabotage ahead of the Lok Sabha elections. Therefore, this is a major success of the Assam STF, who were able to nab them working on the intel which they have got from agencies. And in fact, a short while back, NDTV exclusively spoke to the IGP of Assam Police, Mr. Partha Sarathi Mahanta, who is the chief of Assam STF, who led this operation that led to the arrest of one of the most wanted in NIA list, Harish Faruqi. Let's listen to this exclusive interview on NDTV.
Mr. Mahanta, thanks for your time. You had led this operation which led to the arrest of one of the most wanted in NIA list in cases related to ATS Lucknow as well, Harish Faruqi. Tell us who this person Harish Faruqi is and why he's such a big catch.
See, Harish Faruqi is the head of ISIS operations in India. He is very good in indoctrinating people. So he is an expert in recruitment, and he is also an expert in terror funds management, and he is an expert coordinator for the IED blast, for causing sabotage by way of IED blast. He is an expert, and therefore he is the head of the ISIS operations in India. And he has been involved in a number of cases, and he is a master planner and executor for ISIS, and he is wanted in several cases pending with NIA and other agencies and forces. And he is already wanted in an NIA case, and which was shared with us. Therefore, as soon as we picked him up, and both of them we have handed over to NIA, and especially the Delhi module. NIA case is about the Delhi module, and it is his brainchild. He has started it. He has worked on it right from the scratch, and therefore in that pending case of NIA as well, there will be some important revelations. Investigation will reveal a lot of important facts, and if there is anything that involves Assam, and Assam police will take action, and obviously for the rest of the country, action will be taken by NIA.
All right, shifting focus now, gold prices have hit a record high after the US Fed indicated 3 rate cuts this year. Sakshi Bajaj takes us through the details of this rally in the precious metals rates.
All that is glittering is gold, quite literally. Gold prices have hit an all-time high, with prices hitting 66,943,000 per 10 grams on the MCX. Now, experts believe this is due to a massive surge in demand, more so from central banks globally as they continue to purchase the bullion. Economists also believe the Fed's indication of 3 rate cuts in 2024 is the key reason for this spike in the precious metal as well as other asset classes we've seen throughout the trading day. Now remember, gold prices share an inverse relationship with interest rates, which means as interest rates decline, gold becomes more appealing. Well, this isn't the first time we've seen gold rates hit a record high in recent times, and analysts believe the momentum is going to continue if interest rates decline going forward.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi has said India would lead the world in artificial intelligence technology and has asked startups to work for Indian solutions to global challenges so that leadership of AI capabilities stays in India's hands. The Prime Minister said AI offers limitless possibilities for young innovators and global investors. Towards this end, the Government of India's Department of Science and Technology has launched a machine learning and AI technology hub called Math at T-Hub, India's leading startup incubator at Hyderabad, to foster innovation, create jobs and nurture startups. NDTV's Uma Sudhir spoke exclusively with Math CEO Rahul Pett and T-Hub CEO M. Srinivas Rao on the roadmap to turn the Prime Minister's vision into reality.
The Department of Science and Technology has partnered with what is one of India's largest startup incubators, the T-Hub at Hyderabad, in order to give a boost to machine learning, artificial intelligence technology. And I have with me the T-Hub CEO, Mr. Srinivas Rao, and also the CEO of what is being called as Math, machine learning and artificial intelligence technology. First of all, locating it here, obviously these are technologies of the future and we are looking at it as something that's going to be globally competitive. The idea of locating it here would be what?
So the idea is, so obviously we've all been using AI. So think about Google Maps, think about the Uber or Ola, we've already been using. And obviously in the last 1 or 2 years, thanks to OpenAI, ChatGPT, AI has become mainstream, right? And today we see far-reaching opportunities in AI to accelerate technology, to accelerate economic progress, etc. in a variety of sectors, be it education, be it healthcare, be it manufacturing, and so on, right? So we felt that there's a tremendous opportunity here to create an AI hub, okay, where we can provide startups and the entire ecosystem access to the resources to build out. I think there is directions from the government, both at the center and at the state, that we should focus on building out AI capability so that we don't miss out on this boat, we don't miss out on this race. And this initiative is a step in that direction.
So there is going to be no sector that is going to be untouched by AI and ML. Transformative, certainly it is going to be. What specifically are you bringing here to perhaps graduates who are now coming out saying that we have some AI skills, ML skills? What are they going to be getting at the center?
So at the center, definitely we have created a lot of startups today in our ecosystem. Already 2,000 plus startups in our ecosystem which are working in and around AI. We have 60 plus startups in the physical premises here, and more we will onboard virtually. So we are also engaging with the student community, and for them we have launched our LMS platform, which is helping them to learn the AI skills, and also the first of its kind AI job portal in the country, which is purely focusing on AI jobs. So where not only today our startups are posting the jobs, but in next couple of weeks you will see we'll try to get as many AI jobs from all the corporate startups across the country, and that is a big boost and big motivation and big support for the student fraternity who are just passing out and trying to jump into this AI cycle.
The NASSCOM obviously says there's a huge gap between the skill available and the demand that's going to be there in the market. You are not a training agency, but you're saying you are bringing them all together so that you can match the skills with the demand in the market?
That's absolutely, that's first what we are doing is that we have built this platform to bring the training agencies and the student fraternity so that they can learn the courses, and it is not just for student, also for startup and corporate employees who are working in some different areas, and they can upskill to AI technologies and all this thing. So that is the skilling part. Second is the job part, and we are making this marriage happen, and where people are getting trained and they are getting absorbed by the startups or corporates. So definitely agreed. We also understood that gap. There is a huge gap in terms of jobs. People are saying that AI might take away jobs. My say is always that there is huge job. We just have to address that. And our initiative with T-Hub, with DST is that we try to bridge that gap so that, the people can get trained and get these jobs.
Just one final question. We are in a mega election year, and the world over we are seeing AI being used for political campaigns, by firms and all that. Do we actually have a framework within which all this can operate? We saw what happened with Midjourney and Indonesia, cases that came up. Do we have a framework? any of you want to say this about it?
So currently, you might have seen the initiative or the advisory that MeitY has given. So everybody is trying, even our local bodies, government, everybody is trying to put a framework. It's too early to say there is a fixed framework, because even today we are also not aware, and people are also not aware about the possibilities what AI can do. So everybody is trying to bring together a joint initiative in terms of this advisory is one such initiative, and that is how we should go towards it. I think that is the right way of approaching it.
We can't say no to technology. This is a one-way route.
Yeah. No, so I think as long as it is seen as a force for good, there may be some negative consequences, bad actors, but I think like everything else in technology, if you go back over the last 500 years, printing press, steam engine, aeroplane, automobile, there have been consequences, but in the long run, all of these will play out for good.
Thank you so much, Mr. Srinivasan and Mr. Rahul Peth. So, exciting times here with AI and ML, how to harness them and use those technologies to help the innovators to become entrepreneurs and also put India on the global stage. In Hyderabad, with camera person Nagaraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Friends, moving ahead for the top story, I've got not one, but in fact two different new smartphones. These are from the Samsung Galaxy A series. What I have with me is the all-new Samsung Galaxy A35. साथ में Galaxy A55 भी है. Both are, of course, 5G smartphones. Interesting design, interesting configuration और काफ़ी fresh लग रहे हैं दोनों phones coming straight from Samsung. और यहाँ पे Samsung is promising a few things. सबसे पहले एक काफ़ी interesting और premium design. Second thing is amazing durability, because यहाँ पे on the front and on the back what we have is Corning's Gorilla Glass Victus Plus. At the same time यहाँ पे Samsung is promising a complete awesome security suite along with awesome performance. So let's see up close कि आखिर इन दोनों phones में Samsung ने क्या कुछ पैक किया है.
रेडी हो जाइए फॉर कटिंग एज फीचर्स एंड ए सीमलेस एंड्रॉइड एक्सपीरियंस. सैमसंग ने इंडिया में ऑफिशियली डेब्यू किया है द गैलेक्सी A55 5G एंड गैलेक्सी A35 5G, bringing powerful performance and impressive technology to the popular A series lineup. Both devices boast stunning 6.6-inch Super AMOLED displays जो जाने जाते हैं.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hi there, a very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behan. Let's start this edition at 4 with the headlines at the top of this hour. SBI files compliance affidavit in electoral bonds case. The SBI furnishes all details to poll panel. SBI has given details of the alphanumeric numbers of bonds to the EC. Heat on Union Minister Shobha Karandlaje in the Bengaluru blast remark case. After EC action against Union Minister, the FIR has been filed in Bengaluru. Supreme Court stays Centre's fact-check unit notification. Bombay High Court had allowed Centre to notify the unit. The Supreme Court has set aside the Bombay High Court order. The top court has pulled up Tamil Nadu governor for not appointing Ponmudi as the minister. The court has taken a strong view against him, says he has time till tomorrow to act. Former Congress President Sonia Gandhi hits out at Prime Minister Modi, alleges that he's made a systematic effort to cripple the Congress party financially. The Congress has said that there has been no level playing field given to the party for Lok Sabha polls. BJP counters Congress's charge. BJP has said that the Congress is creating an alibi for defeat and the Congress failed to file tax returns. Instead, it's blaming the BJP. Gold prices have hit a record high after the US Fed indicated 3 rate cuts this year. We're starting this edition at 4 with our top focus. The SBI has filed the affidavit of compliance and given details of all electoral bonds to the EC. The SBI has given details of the alphanumeric numbers of bonds as well to the poll panel. Well, this comes after last Friday, Supreme Court had admonished the SBI for furnishing incomplete information and issued a notice to the bank to explain the reasons for the non-disclosure of the unique alphanumeric numbers. The Supreme Court had criticized the State Bank of India for being selective and had ordered it to disclose all details related to the electoral bond scheme by today. Well, the SBI has complied with the SC order and has filed all details of the electoral bonds to the EC. Well, the court had demanded that the bank provide complete disclosure, including the unique bond numbers, which would reveal the link between the buyers and the recipient political parties. And what we are learning is that the State Bank of India has given details of the alphanumeric numbers of bonds. Now, with the disclosures today, the full extent of the electoral bond scheme is likely to become clear, as this unique code on each bond will directly match the donors to the recipient parties. This is some big development that has taken place today. After the wrap by the Supreme Court, the State Bank of India has submitted all details on electoral bonds to the Election Commission. Now, this data includes the all-important unique numbers for the bonds, which will help match the donors of these of the funds with the political parties that were the recipients. Now, this SBI has already submitted an affidavit of compliance to the Supreme Court today. We are learning in the affidavit also it said that the SBI has disclosed all details and that no details have been withheld from the disclosure. No other details other than the complete account numbers and KYC details have been withheld from disclosure. Now, what we are also learning is that the details that have been given by the State Bank of India are expected to be uploaded by the EC on its website. However, that remains to be seen. When does that happen? But the latest information that's coming in at this point in time is that the State Bank of India has submitted all details of the poll bonds with the serial numbers to the election body. Well, the Supreme Court in clear words had said few days back that the SBI must furnish complete details. It must give out complete information, and it had admonished the SBI as well last Friday, issuing a notice also to the bank to explain the reasons for the non-disclosure of the unique alphanumeric numbers. Now, how this is important is that because with the disclosures that have been made today, the SBI has said it's given the details of the alphanumeric numbers of bonds as well. Now, with this disclosure, the full extent of the bond scheme is likely to become clear because the unique alphanumeric numbers of the bonds are expected to give out information as to how this directly matches the donors to the recipient parties. We'll try and get more details about this in just a bit. Meanwhile, we have some more news also that we're tracking at this point in time. Shifting our focus now, the Supreme Court has criticized the Tamil Nadu governor for not appointing Ponmudi as minister. The CJI today said he asked the Attorney General, Mr. Attorney General, where is your governor doing? The conviction has been stayed by the Supreme Court and governor says he won't swear him in. We will have to make some serious observations. Please tell your governor the Supreme Court has taken a serious view on that. Well, that is the latest we're picking at this point in time. Big development that has taken place now. The Supreme Court has pulled up the Tamil Nadu governor for not appointing Ponmudi as minister. The CJI has asked the Attorney General today as to what the governor was doing. He's said that the governor must be told that he has to act by tomorrow. The governor has been given time till tomorrow, we are learning, and the Supreme Court has taken a serious view of this case. If the governor doesn't act by tomorrow, the Supreme Court will have to pass the order. That is what we are learning. That's coming in from the Supreme Court at this point in time. My colleague Sam is also now joining us on the broadcast, getting us more details on that. Well, Sam, we do understand the governor now has been given time till tomorrow. He will have to act, re-induct Ponmudi, or the Supreme Court has said that the court will have to pass the order otherwise.
That's right. Quite a strong word from the Supreme Court kitty. No word yet from the Raj Governor in terms of swearing in Ponmudi as a minister. But this happened in December 2023 when Ponmudi's continuation as a minister ceased after the Madras High Court found him guilty in a disproportionate assets case. But recently, the Supreme Court, hearing the appeal by the minister, had stayed the conviction and the sentence, following which Chief Minister M.K. Stalin wrote to the governor recommending re-induction of Ponmudi as a minister, either the same evening or the next morning. But the governor, R.N. Ravi, chose to proceed to Delhi. And he, in a letter to the state government, had refused to swearing him, citing that the order by the Supreme Court merely has suspended the sentence, has not been set aside. And it was in this situation the government went to the court, and now the Supreme Court has given this strong order. But there's been a pattern by Governor R.N. Ravi over the last couple of years. To begin with, he has been delaying bills passed by the Tamil Nadu Assembly. It took a long time to give assent and then return them. When the Assembly reenacted them, instead of accepting and giving assent immediately as per the rule, he chose to refer them to the President, complicating it further. And another petition is still pending in the Supreme Court by the ruling DMK, asking for a time frame to be fixed for governors to dispose bills passed by newly elected governments.
All right.
In the past, he has also skipped from the official speeches given to him by the state government. He even refused to read names of Ambedkar, Periyar, Karunanidhi, and women empowerment, many such phrases.
Right. We've seen, yes, Sam, the kind of face-off that has been taking place between the governor and the Tamil Nadu government in the recent past, and now this has escalated further after the governor refused to administer oath to Ponmudi, and the Tamil Nadu government had challenged this order, the refusal of the governor to re-induct Ponmudi, and now the Supreme Court has made some big observations today in its order that was given by the top court. The top court has said that the governor will have to act by tomorrow, otherwise the Supreme Court will intervene. All right, shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking. Hours after two high-ranking ISIS leaders were apprehended in the Dharamshala area of Dhubri, both accused have been produced at the NIA court for transit remand. The STF Assam apprehended two high-ranking ISIS leaders in Dharamshala area in Dhubri on Wednesday. The individuals were identified as Harish Farooqi and Anurag Singh. When my colleague Ratnadeep has also spoken to the Assam STF chief. Listen in.
Mr. Mahanta, thanks for your time. You had led this operation which led to the arrest of one of the most wanted in NIA list in cases related to ATS Lucknow as well, Harish Farooqi. Tell us who this person Harish Farooqi is and why he's such a big catch.
See, Harish Farooqi is the head of ISIS operations in India. He is very good in indoctrinating people. So he is an expert in recruitment, and he is also an expert in terror funds management, and he is an expert coordinator for the IED blast. For causing sabotage by way of IED blast, he is an expert, and therefore he is the head of the ISIS operations in India, and he has been involved in a number of cases, and he is a master planner and executor for ISIS, and he is wanted in several cases pending with NIA and other agencies and forces. and he is already wanted in an NIA case, and which was shared with us. Therefore, as soon as we picked him up, and both of them we have handed over to NIA, and especially the Delhi module. NIA case is about the Delhi module, and it is his brainchild. He has started it. Has worked on it right from the scratch, and therefore in that pending case of NIA as well, there will be some important revelations. Investigation will reveal a lot of important facts, and if there is anything that involves Assam, and Assam police will take action, and obviously for the rest of the country, action will be taken by NIA.
All right, that was an exclusive conversation with Assam STF Chief Partha Sarthi Mahanta that my colleague Ratnadeep had. My colleague Ratnadeep is also now joining us live on the broadcast. He's getting us more details about the developments that have taken place in the case. Ratnadeep, we do understand this is a big catch by the Assam STF. ISIS India chief is in Assam STF's custody, and now we do understand he's already been handed over to the NIA. What is the procedure that is going to be followed from now on?
Well, NIA has already produced him at the special NIA court in Guwahati and seeked for transit remand. And once they have the transit remand, they would be flown to Delhi, because the main case where NIA is investigating or the NIA was trying to apprehend Harish Farooqi and his associates were related to the ISIS Delhi module, and therefore now that he is in NIA custody, this investigation will be taken further. What we are picking up from NIA sources is that Harish Farooqi is an expert in indoctrination. He used to run a coaching center, and in the guise of the coaching center, he used to look for new recruits, indoctrinate them in terror activities. He was an expert in terms of terror fund management, as well as what we are picking up from the initial investigation or initial interrogation by the Assam STF, that he is also an IED expert. Now, Harish Farooqi, as per sources from NIA, he was first in Nepal, working out of Nepal, based out of Nepal, and trying to develop the network of ISIS in India. Then he switched over to Bangladesh, where he was helped by Rehan, who has been arrested with him. Now, Rehan's original name is Anurag Singh. He is from Panipat. Harish Farooqi is from Dehradun. Now, Anurag Singh alias Rehan actually was his close aide and was like his Man Friday, and Rehan had actually married a Bangladeshi national, and then he converted his religion in Bangladesh, and Rehan's wife and Rehan were giving the cover to Harish Farooqi for operating out of Bangladesh. That's what we are picking up from our sources. And then there was a clear tip-off that came to Assam police from intelligence agencies about 15 days back that a module of ISIS would be trying to infiltrate in India using the Bangladesh border in Dhubri district, and therefore this operation was launched on 18th of March and 20th of March, early morning. They were able to apprehend them.
And the modus operandi of the ISIS in India, much more details that the NIA will be able to get after the ISIS India head Harish Farooqi and his aide now have been arrested by the Assam STF. The NIA has been given their custody and is going to interrogate them. Thank you so much, Ratnadeep, for getting us all those details there. Shifting our focus now, the Supreme Court today put on hold the centre's March 20th notification setting up its fact-checking unit till the Bombay High Court takes a final decision on petitions challenging the 2023 amendment to the IT rules. Well, this comes the day after the centre had notified the fact-check unit under the Press Information Bureau to address the challenge of fake news. The Supreme Court today paused the notification, setting aside the Bombay High Court's go-ahead to the government's move. Well, a bench of Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud, Justice J.B. Pardiwala and Justice Manoj Mishra said the matter concerns freedom of expression. The court, however, said it won't comment on the merits of the case. Well, my colleague Radhika has more details on that.
January 31st is when a division bench of the Bombay High Court had given a split verdict as far as the legality and constitutionality of the entire fact check unit is concerned. So post that, it went to a third judge. The third deciding on the legality of the FCU. However, Kunal Kamra and a few others had filed pleas seeking a stay on FCU notification until the legality part is decided by the third judge. The Bombay High Court did not grant that relief to the petitioners, post which of course Supreme Court in fact going ahead and reversing the order. In fact, yesterday Centre had notified FCU. However, today Supreme Court saying that until the time matter is decided, notification is not required. Bombay High Court, however, while refusing to grant that stay, had said that this decision will not have any sort of irreparable loss or damage. So therefore, notification can happen, which the Supreme Court obviously did not agree with. As far as the entire matter goes, the petitions filed before the Bombay High Court over a period of time. In fact, the petitioners say that an FCU would have chilling effect. It is violation of freedom of speech and expression, and what is misleading or fake is something that is subjective, and what is offensive to one can not be offensive to another. And certain arguments were made, of course, by the petitioners, to which Solicitor General said that comedians and political opinion makers will not come under its purview. This is to deal with people who sort of give fake news or put online content which is misleading as far as government's policies and decisions are concerned, and which is where FCU will come into picture. So series of arguments that were made before Bombay High Court, split verdict, one verdict which was supporting the petitioners, another judge who in fact supported the Centre. Now the third judge has to make a decision on the legality part of FCU. Until then, of course, the Supreme Court has made sure that notification won't happen from the Centre side. So certainly a relief for the petitioners, including Kunal Kamra.
Shifting our focus now to some big breaking news that is coming in connection with the Delhi liquor policy case. Delhi High Court has refused interim protection to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Arvind Kejriwal, remember, had filed an application against the ED summons to him. No interim relief has been given to Arvind Kejriwal in the liquor policy case. What we are also learning is that the Delhi High Court has said that ED is free to file the response on Kejriwal's application. Big development that is taking place at this point in time. We are learning big update that is coming in connection with the Delhi liquor policy case. No protection from arrest for Arvind Kejriwal in the Delhi liquor policy case. Delhi High Court has refused to give him interim protection. Kejriwal had filed this application against the summons issued to him by the ED. Remember, 9 summons have been issued to Arvind Kejriwal so far in connection with the case, but he hasn't appeared before the agency even once. My colleague Vedant is also now joining us on the broadcast here, getting us more details here. So Vedant, no protection from arrest for Arvind Kejriwal.
That's right. So what exactly was the petition as far as Arvind Kejriwal is concerned? Remember, this comes just a day after Arvind Kejriwal had challenged the Enforcement Directorate summons in the Delhi High Court. So in this application, Arvind Kejriwal had essentially said that he will appear before the Enforcement Directorate if he is given the assurance that the agency would not arrest him. So essentially, Arvind Kejriwal had sought protection from any sort of coercive action from the Enforcement Directorate. That is what Arvind Kejriwal had said in his application, and the court, the Delhi High Court, while hearing the petition, said that at this moment it's not inclined towards any one particular side, and that it cannot grant such protection from coercive action. This is important because remember, earlier Arvind Kejriwal was asked by the Delhi High Court, while hearing another petition, as to why he is not appearing before the investigating agency. To which Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, a senior advocate appearing for Arvind Kejriwal, he had said that the intent is essentially to arrest the Delhi Chief Minister, which is why these back-to-back summons are being issued to him. That is what Abhishek Manu Singhvi had said. To which Arvind Kejriwal filed this application and said that, this is election time and peak election campaign is going on, and back-to-back summons at this point indicates that the Enforcement Directorate is out to arrest him. He had also said that he is not a common criminal. He has nowhere to run. He has his roots in society. This is what Arvind Kejriwal had said, and hence he needs coercive action, protection from coercive action from the court as far as this liquor policy case is concerned.
Now, the Delhi High Court has also Yes, for the very first time, the ED in its official statement had mentioned Arvind Kejriwal's name and had said that BRS leader K. Kavita, who the ED arrested last week in connection with the case, had conspired with other leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party, including Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia. So now, after what happened today, after the High Court observation, the High Court has said ED is free to reply on Arvind Kejriwal's application. So what happens now? Will there be new summons? Will Arvind Kejriwal now for the 10th time, if the summons are issued, have to appear before the ED?
That's a very important point that you've made, Kitty, because remember, so far, Arvind Kejriwal was not named as an accused or as a witness in the liquor policy case. Remember, erstwhile leaders who've been arrested, whether it was Manish Sisodia or Sanjay Singh, they were all named either as accused or witnesses. But Arvind Kejriwal has not been named, so far, had not been named by the Enforcement Directorate. And this was one loophole that was being used by Arvind Kejriwal to evade summons, saying that it's not being made clear by the Enforcement Directorate as to what capacity he is being summoned as. So now what happens next? Well, the Delhi High Court will be hearing this particular petition along with the main application of Arvind Kejriwal against the summons on the 22nd of April. So it's likely that Enforcement Directorate can issue another summons, but Arvind Kejriwal, as far as the Aam Aadmi Party sources are concerned, they tell us that if another summons is issued, Arvind Kejriwal will cite the 22nd April hearing to evade another round of summons. That's what we are learning from the party. Remains to be seen whether the ED issues another summons or waits for the next date of hearing, Kitty.
All right. Thank you so much, Vedant, for getting us all those details there. We'll keep an eye on the developments here and bring you more in just a bit. It's time for a short break. More continues on the other side.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
So friends, it's time now कि मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब दे दूं in this section.
Welcome back after the break. We're learning now after the EC directive, an FIR has been registered against Shobha Karandlaje. The FIR has been registered in Bengaluru against the union minister after she had made remarks on Bengaluru blast. Shobha Karandlaje, remember, had said that Tamilians were responsible for the blast. She later apologized for her comments as well. But the DMK had gone on to file a complaint against her. The FIR has been registered against Shobha Karandlaje now. All right, my colleague Pratibha is joining us on the broadcast here, getting us more details. Pratibha, we do understand an FIR now has been filed against the union minister.
That's right, and this is based on the directions that have been given by the Election Commission of India to the Election Commission in Karnataka. And this was a step taken by the Election Commission based on the complaint that was filed by the DMK, because remember, the DMK did not really take too kindly to the remarks that were made by Shobha Karandlaje, where she seems to have targeted the Tamils, and this also was seen as an insult to Tamils and Tamil Nadu, is what the DMK claimed in their complaint. There was also a bitter spat that was witnessed on social media between Shobha Karandlaje as well as the Chief Minister of the neighbouring state, Mr. M.K. Stalin. And the BJP has distanced itself. The Congress, of course, has claimed that this is something that needs to definitely be condemned. Now, this works as an example in terms of, remember, the Election Commission having promised that there would be strict and stringent action that would be taken against hate speech. And this is the first step that has been taken. Irrespective of the parties, they want to really curb hate speech as well as misinformation. And this definitely is setting an example for the days to come as the election heat picks up in Karnataka as well as in the entire country.
This comes as an embarrassment for the party in Karnataka. How do we understand? How is this really going to affect the party's prospects in the upcoming elections?
In fact, I've been speaking to sources within the BJP who seem to claim that they want to distance themselves from the remarks that were made by Shobha Karandlaje. But in terms of how this FIR would really affect Shobha Karandlaje's prospects in the election, because remember, she has been fielded from Bengaluru North, and this, as she entered the territory of Bengaluru, this fiery remark has put her in a legal battle. And we'll have to wait and see how the BJP would take steps, remedial steps, in terms of this not affecting the BJP's prospects in the days to come. Well, all of these steps needs to be closely watched at this point in time.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for getting us all those details, Pratibha. We would also request you to kindly stay on with us. We have some more information that we are tracking at this point in time. BJP leader Sadanand Gowda in Karnataka has spoken to the media after expressing disappointment for being denied ticket ahead of the Lok Sabha polls. He said he's decided to stick with the party and stay away from the Congress, hinting that he is unlikely to contest the election. He did make it clear, though, that he will work for the party and take efforts to purify the BJP, expressing unhappiness over family politics in the state. Listening.
ಸರ್, ಭಾರಿ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗಿ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಪರಿವಾರವಾದ ಇರಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥದ್ದು ನನ್ನ ಶುದ್ಧೀಕರಣದ ಪ್ರಮುಖ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ದಟ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅದೇ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಉತ್ತರ.
All right, let me now go back to my colleague Pratibha, who gets us more details here. Pratibha, we do understand Sadanand Gowda has decided to stick with the party, but at the same time, he's expressed his displeasure, saying that he will take efforts to purify the BJP.
Well, yes, he is the second leader after Mr. Ishwarappa to make his displeasure known to the public. However, while Mr. Ishwarappa has decided to take the independent route to contest the election, Sadanand Gowda, of course, has decided to stay back within the party. He did mention that the Congress members did speak with him, inviting him to make that jump, but Sadanand Gowda decided to stick with the party and he would work within the party for the welfare of it in the days to come. 3 important points that he mentioned. 1, he is unlikely to contest the election. 2, he will work as one of the party members for the welfare of Karnataka. But 3 is the most interesting one, where he said that he would take steps or put in efforts to purify the party in Karnataka. And this indirectly hints at the purification process that would involve getting rid of family politics within the party. Is it a direct target at Mr. Yediyurappa? He did not really wish to specify that.
Right, absolutely. Thank you so much, Pratibha, for getting us all those details there. We'll keep an eye on the developments. With that, it's time for a short break here. More continues on the other side.
So फ्रेंड्स, इट्स टाइम नाउ कि मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब दे दूं इन दिस सेक्शन आस्क टीजी, एंड दिस इज वन ऑफ माय पर्सनल फेवरेट्स, क्योंकि इतना मजा आता है व्हेन वी कनेक्ट, व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट गैजेट्स, टेक्नोलॉजी, डायरेक्टली वन ऑन वन। तो आज देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमारे पास में क्या क्वेश्चंस आए हैं अक्रॉस डिफरेंट डोमेन्स, और मुझे क्या इतनी एबिलिटीज हैं कि मैं इनके जवाब दे पाता हूँ।
Hi Technical Guruji. So my question is, how can we monetize Instagram posts?
Okay, the monetization on Instagram works in two different ways. One is that you enable subscriptions and all that, but I would say the second method is much more effective, would give you much more returns, and this is when you grow at a certain level and then you do partnerships with different brands. आपने देखा होगा YouTube पे, Instagram पे, Facebook पे, all these influencers, they many times collaborate with different brands and वहाँ से you can monetize your content directly. So उसके लिए थोड़ा सा आपको मेहनत करना पड़ेगा. You need to make sure कि आपका प्रोफाइल एक certain level पे पहुँच जाए, and उसके बाद if you approach brands or if the brands approach you, you can monetize your posts, your stories, your reels, basically whatever content you post. If you are doing this in a partnership with a brand, you can have proper monetization. Well, अब जाके
Welcome back after the break. In a serious allegation against the government weeks before the Lok Sabha elections, former Congress President Sonia Gandhi has said the Prime Minister has made a systematic effort to cripple the party financially after the party's accounts were frozen by the IT department over non-compliance. Well, the Congress party has said that there was no level playing field for Lok Sabha polls. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi also attacked the government for freezing the party's accounts, calling it a criminal action by the Prime Minister and the Home Minister. He said that due to the freezing of the party's bank accounts, the party was not being able to do the campaign work, and the BJP instead had filled its coffers through funds via bonds. Well, the BJP has dismissed the Congress's claims and said the party is seeking to create an alibi in utter desperation over its imminent defeat. The BJP has said that the Congress did not file its income tax returns, and so the notice was sent to it by the IT department, but the Congress has been blaming the BJP instead. Listen into the reactions coming in.
Mr. Rahul Gandhi, what do you mean by this? Rahul Gandhi ji, don't insult Indian democracy. राहुल गांधी, भारत के लोकतंत्र को इस तरह से आप शर्मसार नहीं करें. ये देश आपकी पार्टी से बड़ा है, ये देश का लोकतंत्र आपसे बड़ा है. और आज इसी देश में आपने झूठ बोला है, गाली दी है, और सब देश ने देखा है. अब देखिए, इन्होंने जब इनको पेनल्टी लगी तो ये सीआईटी अपील के यहां गए, ये स्टे एप्लीकेशन रिजेक्ट हो गया. उसके बाद फिर ये गए सीआईटी के यहां, कमिश्नर अपील के यहां, वहां भी रिजेक्ट हो गया.
Systematic effort is underway by the Prime Minister to cripple the Indian National Congress financially. Funds collected from the public are being frozen, and money from our accounts is being taken away forcibly. However, even under these most challenging circumstances, we are doing our very best to maintain the effectiveness of our election campaign.
साजिशन मुख्य विपक्षी दल का बैंक अकाउंट फ्रीज कर दिया गया है ताकि हम पैसों के अभाव में बराबरी से चुनाव ना लड़े और ना लड़ पाए. ये सत्ताधारी दल द्वारा एक खतरनाक खेल है. इसके दूरगामी प्रभाव होंगे, क्योंकि अगर डेमोक्रेसी को इस देश में बचाना है तो लेवल प्लेइंग ग्राउंड होना चाहिए.
All right, to talk more on that, I am being joined by my colleague Vasudha Venugopal, Sunil Prabhu, as well as political analyst Mr. Amitabh Tiwari on the broadcast here. Let me first go to my colleague Sunil Prabhu here. Sunil, serious allegations by the Congress party against the BJP and specifically on the Prime Minister. The Congress says that this has been done systematically by the Prime Minister and the Home Minister to cripple the party financially just right ahead of the Lok Sabha elections.
That's right. As you heard from the Congress party, there's a little bit of truth. There's a little bit of, laziness on the part of the Congress party. These notices are not new. They have been there for some time. Many of them, they went through the due processes, but it's in that context that they were found sleeping, as it was pointed out by the Delhi High Court. But be that as it may, on a political point ahead of the elections, these are voices being, pointed out to really send across that message to the voter that every effort is being made to ensure that the Congress party is crippled. On that, I think today the Congress president, the former Congress president Sonia Gandhi, as well as the former Congress president Rahul Gandhi, made their point, because we haven't seen in the last 75 years of India's democracy and beyond that this kind of targeting of a political party, and I would love to be corrected if there have been income tax raids against any other political adversaries like we have seen in the recent times, of accounts being frozen and subject to correction. It is in this context that we are definitely witnessing these allegations and counter allegations during an election season, which, as I pointed out, cripples the main opposition party on taking on, at present, a behemoth of the BJP-led NDA.
All right. Well, that's what the Congress is saying, that action has been taken. One party has been targeted, and that is the Congress party. That's the principal opposition party, which has been targeted by the BJP, and the Prime Minister himself has been doing these things to systematically attack the party, to cripple the party financially ahead of the Lok Sabha elections. Let me go to my colleague Vasudha also. Vasudha, BJP, however, says that it's the Congress's doing. The Congress did not file the tax returns, and so it will have to pay.
Well, that is the defense that the BJP is trying to mount, in some ways of justifying what the party has done in the face of allegations that Rahul Gandhi has raised. And, in one of the things that Rahul Gandhi said, that the party leaders don't even have money to buy rail tickets. And that's quite sort of hard-hitting. And what happened today was the BJP responded to this in two parts. First of all, BJP President JP Nadda tweeted. He, in fact, posted on X. He talked about the intellectual and political bankruptcy of the Congress party and said that financial problems are being blamed for the political, lack of acceptance of the Congress party amongst people. He also talked about the emergency period because, both Mr. Kharge and Mrs. Gandhi have been talking about how this is an assault on democracy. Then later, Ravi Shankar Prasad, who's been a minister in the government, he's a senior spokesperson now, and Sambit Patra held a press conference in which Mr. Prasad clearly said that rules are for everybody, and the IT rules make it very clear that political parties can seek an exemption when it comes to paying taxes, but for that they have to file returns, and the Congress party, he alleged, has forgotten the art of keeping books and records. In fact, he made a very snide remark at the times of Sitaram Kesri and the comments that he used to make. That was what he said. And Dr. Patra, Sambit Patra, in fact, went on to say that PM is Pasina and Mehnat, and nobody becomes, a prime minister just like that. So, Kitty, the tone and tenor of that whole response was very political, making it very clear, like Sunil also said, that this is going to play out in the coming days very strongly.
Absolutely. Let me go across to Mr. Amitabh Tiwari also. Mr. Amitabh Tiwari, how do we see this? Do you think an unfair treatment has been given to the Congress party here? The action has been taken by the IT department. My colleague Sunil also has been telling us that, the notices were already there since before, and this was imminent.
See, it's not about being fair or unfair, because while the matter is being fought in courts, which is the IT tribunal, the matter is also being fought in the public court. So voters of both the sides, voters from the BJP, it depends upon which side you are. So voters of the BJP would tend to agree with the BJP's line of argument, and voters of the Congress party would tend to agree that definitely there is not a level playing field. How does it impact the neutral voter, which is in large numbers in the country? That is what is probably going to decide the fate of this story, like any other story. And the spate of ED action, freezing of accounts, etc., there is a risk that a section of this voter might fall or might believe in the narrative which is being spread by the Congress, that the government is after opposition parties and there is no level playing field. However, the Congress party has to be very careful in choosing words when it comes to press conferences and making their speeches, like we saw with the Shakti episode. Today also, Rahul Gandhi, I think, used the term democracy, and this is what has been lapped up by the BJP. So what happens is that the main issue which the Congress party was trying to perhaps raise gets diverted or is diverted into something else. So that is what the Congress party has to be very, very clear, and I am not sure how this issue will pan out, and that's for the larger public.
But the action has been taken by the IT department. We do know that the opposition parties have been parroting the line, saying that directions have been issued on the behalf of the center. It's the BJP is doing, it's the central government's doing that. Instructions are being given to the agencies. But we have to, if you talk about neutrality, we have to see it in a fair way, in a neutral way. It's the action that has been taken by the IT department, not the BJP.
Correct. So the action has been taken by the IT department, and if the Congress party is aggrieved, then it has to approach the courts.
Right.
That's the only solution. I mean, that is one of the solutions. But we also need to be wary or careful about the larger public discourse or the larger public sentiment on these issues, and it is very, very difficult to gauge at this point of time.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Amitabh Tiwari, for your viewpoint. Thank you so much, Sunil Prabhu as well, and my colleague Vasudha here for getting us all those details there. How this really plays out, that remains to be seen. We'll keep an eye on the developments on that. With that, it's time for a short break here. More on the other side.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Friends, this is what I have for the next one, because यहाँ पे this sleek looking laptop coming straight from Apple is the latest generation of MacBook Air, और यहाँ पे what's packed inside is Apple's new M3 chip now. तो ये Apple ने finally launch कर दिया है, and what's amazing is that look at this profile, मतलब कितना sleek आपको laptop मिलता है, at the same time it packs some amazing performance. यहाँ पे Apple की latest M3 chip है. It's a fanless design. That's the reason कि ये काफी आपको sleek मिलने वाला है. Quite lightweight. And this in fact is the 15-inch variant. जिसका 13-inch variant है वो थोड़ा सा और ज़्यादा छोटा और आपको हल्का feel होता है. It's even more portable. At the same time, it packs some serious power because यहाँ पे जो memory है, it goes up to 24 GB. The storage can go up to 2 terabytes. हमारे पास में proper MagSafe port है. We have a headphone jack as well. At the same time, यहाँ पे USB-C ports भी हैं. We have a full-size keyboard, a nice 15-inch screen in a very sleek form factor. And this packs a 6-speaker system as well. So let's see up close how is this.
Welcome back after the break. Chennai Super Kings has a new captain ahead of the new season of IPL. Ruturaj Gaikwad has been chosen as the new captain of Chennai Super Kings. MS Dhoni has relinquished the captaincy of CSK. All right, my colleague Osama is joining us on the broadcast here to get us more on that. Well, Osama, we are learning Mahendra Singh Dhoni has stepped down as the captain of Chennai Super Kings and Ruturaj Gaikwad is the new captain now.
Yes, absolutely. Ruturaj Gaikwad, he is the new captain of Chennai Super Kings. And this is part of the succession plan that CSK has been trying for some time. Last year, remember, they did the same. They gave the captaincy to Ravindra Jadeja, but it didn't really work out. So after the first 4 matches, MS Dhoni had to take back the captaincy from Ravindra Jadeja. And then we all know what happened. He went on to win the IPL. But this time around, it's part of it's very strategically thought out. Ruturaj Gaikwad, who has been a part of this squad, has played multiple matches, almost over 50 matches for CSK. He has been brought in as the captain of this season. And remember, when the IPL social media handle, when they posted that image of all the captains together. It was not MS Dhoni who was part of that picture. It was instead Ruturaj Gaikwad. So a lot of people started talking about whether it is an interim captaincy or whether MS Dhoni is not available for first couple of matches. But this time around, they have very categorically said that Ruturaj Gaikwad is going to be the captain of Chennai Super Kings. And remember, it is going to be big shoes to fill for Ruturaj Gaikwad because MS Dhoni has been the captain of Chennai Super Kings since the beginning. So we'll all look forward to how Ruturaj Gaikwad does for the men in yellow.
Mahendra Singh Dhoni here. Will he have a new role to play?
Well, I think what Chennai Super Kings is basically looking at is like I said, the succession plan they are looking forward to, because there has been speculation and there have been multiple reports whether this might be MS Dhoni's last season with the Chennai Super Kings, and the kind of work that he has done for Chennai as a captain, as a mentor. He will be missed if he leaves Chennai Super Kings, and that is the reason why Ruturaj Gaikwad has been chosen as his successor. But Mahendra Singh Dhoni, I believe, is going to be a key part of this squad, even if he is not playing, because he is a mentor to a lot of these players, and not just players from Chennai Super Kings, but different franchises as well. So MS Dhoni is definitely going to be a part of it, even if he is not playing there.
All right. Thank you so much, Osama, for getting us all those details there. After MSD stepped down as the captain of Chennai Super Kings, Ruturaj Gaikwad has been appointed as the captain of CSK ahead of the 2024 Indian Premier League. Now, well, he has definitely big shoes to fill in. Will he be able to do that? That remains to be seen, of course. Shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking. Prime Minister Modi has said that India would lead the world in artificial intelligence technology and has asked startups to work for Indian solutions to global challenges so that the leadership of AI capabilities stays in India's hands. The Prime Minister said AI offers limitless possibilities for young innovators and global investors. Towards this end, the Government of India's Department of Science and Technology has launched a machine learning and AI technology hub called Math at T-Hub, India's leading startup incubator at Hyderabad, to foster innovation, create jobs and nurture startups. NDTV's Zuma Sudhir has spoken exclusively to Math CEO Rahul Peth and T-Hub CEO M. Srinivas Rao on the roadmap to turn the PM's vision into reality. Take a look.
The Department of Science and Technology has partnered with what is one of India's largest startup incubators, the T-Hub at Hyderabad, in order to give a boost to machine learning, artificial intelligence technology. And I have with me the T-Hub CEO, Mr. Srinivas Rao, and also the CEO of what is being called as Math, machine learning and artificial intelligence technology. First of all, locating it here, obviously these are technologies of the future and we are looking at it as something that's going to be globally competitive. The idea of locating it here would be what?
So the idea is, so obviously we've all been using AI. So think about Google Maps, think about the Uber or Ola we've already been using. And obviously in the last 1 or 2 years, thanks to OpenAI, ChatGPT, AI has become mainstream, right? And today we see far-reaching opportunities in AI to accelerate technology, to accelerate economic progress, etc. in a variety of sectors, be it education, be it healthcare, be it manufacturing, and so on, right? So we felt that there's a tremendous opportunity here to create an AI hub, okay, where we can provide startups and the entire ecosystem access to the resources to build out. I think there is directions from the government, both at the center and at the state, that we should focus on building out AI capability so that we don't miss out on this boat, we don't miss out on this race. And this initiative is a step in that direction.
So there is going to be no sector that is going to be untouched by AI and ML. Transformative, certainly it is going to be. What specifically are you bringing here to perhaps graduates who are now coming out saying that we have some AI skills, ML skills? What are they going to be getting at the center?
So at the center, definitely we have created a lot of startups today in our ecosystem. Already 2,000 plus startups in our ecosystem which are working in and around AI. We have 60 plus startups in the physical premises here, and more we will onboard virtually. So we are also engaging with the student community, and for them we have launched our LMS platform, which is helping them to learn the AI skills, and also the first of its kind AI job portal in the country, which is purely focusing on AI jobs. So where not only today our startups are posting the jobs, but in next couple of weeks you will see we'll try to get as many AI jobs from all the corporate startups across the country, and that is a big boost and big motivation and big support for the student fraternity who are just passing out and trying to jump into this AI cycle.
The NASSCOM obviously says there's a huge gap between the skill available and the demand that's going to be there in the market. You are not a training agency, but you're saying you are bringing them all together so that you can match the skills with the demand in the market?
That's absolutely, that's first what we are doing is that we have built this platform to bring the training agencies and the student fraternity so that they can learn the courses, and it is not just for student, also for startup and corporate employees who are working in some different areas, and they can upskill to AI technologies and all this thing. So that is the skilling part. Second is the job part, and we are making this marriage happen, and where people are getting trained and they are getting absorbed by the startups or corporates. So definitely agreed. We also understood that gap. There is a huge gap in terms of jobs. People are saying that AI might take away jobs. My say is always that there is a huge job. We just have to address that. And our initiative with T-Hub, with DST is that we try to bridge that gap so that, the people can get trained and get these jobs.
Just one final question. We are in a mega election year, and the world over we are seeing AI being used for political campaigns, by firms and all that. Do we actually have a framework within which all this can operate? We saw what happened with Midjourney and Indonesia, cases that came up. Do we have a framework? Any of you want to say this?
So currently, you might have seen the initiative or the advisory that MeitY has given. So everybody is trying, even our local bodies, government, everybody is trying to put a framework. It's too early to say there is a fixed framework, because even today we are also not aware, and people are also not aware about the possibilities what AI can do. So everybody is trying to bring together a joint initiative in terms of this advisory is one such initiative, and that is how we should go towards it. I think that is the right way of approaching it.
We can't say no to technology. This is a one-way route.
Yeah. No, so I think as long as it is seen as a force for good, there may be some negative consequences, bad actors, but I think like everything else in technology, if you go back over the last 500 years, printing press, steam engine, aeroplane, automobile, there have been consequences, but in the long run, all of these will play out for good.
Thank you so much, Mr. Srinivas and Mr. Rahul Peth. So, exciting times here with AI and ML, how to harness them and use those technologies to help the innovators to become entrepreneurs and also put India on the global stage. In Hyderabad, with camera person Nagaraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
And well, devotees in large numbers participate in Azi Therutum, that's the car festival of Thyagaraja Temple in Tamil Nadu's Tiruvarur.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Devotees in large numbers participate in Azi Therutum of Thyagaraja Temple in Tamil Nadu's Tiruvarur.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Friends, moving ahead for the top story, I've got not one, but in fact two different new smartphones. These are from the Samsung Galaxy A series. What I have with me is the all-new Samsung Galaxy A35. साथ में Galaxy A55 भी है. Both are, of course, 5G smartphones. Interesting design, interesting configuration और काफ़ी fresh लग रहे हैं दोनों phones coming straight from Samsung. और यहाँ पे Samsung is promising a few things. सबसे पहले एक काफ़ी interesting और premium design. Second thing is amazing durability because यहाँ पे on the front and on the back what we have is Corning's Gorilla Glass Victus Plus. At the same time यहाँ पे Samsung is promising a complete awesome security suite along with awesome performance. So let's see up close कि आखिर इन दोनों phones में Samsung ने क्या कुछ पैक किया है.
रेडी हो जाइए फॉर कटिंग एज फीचर्स एंड ए सीमलेस एंड्रॉइड एक्सपीरियंस. सैमसंग ने इंडिया में ऑफिशियली डेब्यू किया है द गैलेक्सी A55 5G एंड गैलेक्सी A35 5G, bringing powerful performance and impressive technology to the popular A series lineup. Both devices boast stunning 6.6-inch Super AMOLED displays जो जाने जाते हैं for their vibrant colors and immersive visuals. With an ultra smooth 120 Hz refresh rate, you'll enjoy buttery transitions and log-free scrolling whether you're gaming या फिर catching up on shows. Plus, Corning Gorilla Glass Victus Plus offer करता है superior protection against those accidental drops and scratches. Capture your world with incredible detail. दोनों smartphones पैक करते हैं a triple rear camera setup with the A55 5G sporting a 50 megapixel primary sensor featuring optical image stabilization for blur-free shots, and the A35 5G भी disappoint नहीं करता है, offering its own OIS-equipped 50 megapixel primary camera with lenses that support versatility, stunning selfies and expandable storage. ये phones आपके photography game को definitely elevate करेंगे. You can now even leave your low battery anxiety behind because दोनों phones आते हैं massive 5000 mAh batteries के साथ and support 25 watts का fast charging. This lets you power through your day and recharge quickly. Even better, Samsung promise करता है a whopping 4 generations of Android OS upgrades and an impressive 5 years of security patches, a testament to their commitment to keeping your devices up to date. The Galaxy A55 5G and A35 5G deliver modern design from their sleek lines to vibrant color options, and for robust protection, both smartphones feature IP67 rated water and dust resistance, letting you use them worry-free. You also get the peace of mind that comes with Samsung's Knox Vault security system for added privacy.
So friends, अभी नए फीचर्स के साथ में ये जो Samsung Galaxy A35 है और A55 है, दोनों phones मार्केट में आ चुके हैं. And what
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
A setback for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal in the liquor policy case. The Delhi High Court has declined interim relief to him, has also set the ED free to file a response on Kejriwal's plea.
In the electoral bonds case, the government bank SBI finally files a compliance affidavit furnishing all details to the poll panel. The SBI gives details of the alphanumeric numbers of bonds. These will be uploaded by the Election Commission. Now, an FIR is filed against BJP leader and minister Shobha Karandlaje in Bengaluru. This after the Election Commission ordered action against her on a complaint by the DMK for her remarks against Tamils. The Supreme Court criticizes the Tamil Nadu Governor Ravi for not appointing Pon Muri as minister, takes a strong view against him, says he has time to act till tomorrow. After the Congress hits out over tax action against the Congress party and freezing of accounts, the BJP counters their no level playing field charge. The Congress says systematic effort to cripple the party financially. The BJP says the Congress is creating an alibi for its defeat. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Raut, and our top story now, an update in the Delhi liquor policy case. There's been a setback for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal after the Delhi High Court refused interim protection to the Delhi Chief Minister. Now, Kejriwal had filed an application against the ED summons. Remember, there have been at least 8 summons against Arvind Kejriwal, and he has skipped those summons. And he had gone to the High Court hoping for some interim relief, but no interim relief for him. The Delhi High Court says the Enforcement Directorate is free to file a response on Kejriwal's application. Well, let's go across to Vedant now for more. So, Vedant, a setback there to Arvind Kejriwal, who's hoping for some sort of protection ahead of elections.
That's right, Gargi. These are two separate applications we're talking about. Remember, it was yesterday that Arvind Kejriwal had filed a separate application challenging the Enforcement Directorate summons, and another one today. So basically, this was seeking protection from coercive action, or in simple words, protection from an arrest by the Enforcement Directorate in the run-up to the polls. So essentially, what Arvind Kejriwal argued in his application is that this is nothing but an election summons, and the investigative agency is out to arrest him, and that the Delhi High Court must grant protection to Mr. Arvind Kejriwal from any sort of coercive action, and the Enforcement Directorate must not arrest him before it files a response before the Delhi High Court in another application in which Arvind Kejriwal had argued that the summons issued by the Enforcement Directorate is unconstitutional and illegal. So what happened essentially in court today? Well, the Delhi High Court said that at this point it is not inclined towards any one side because the agency has not filed a response to Mr. Arvind Kejriwal's plea. Secondly, the High Court made some important points because remember, Arvind Kejriwal has been making this argument that it is not being specified as to which capacity he is being summoned as, whether he is being summoned as a Delhi Chief Minister or the national convener of the Aam Aadmi Party, whether he is being summoned as a witness or an accused, to which the Delhi High Court said that till the time Arvind Kejriwal appears before the Enforcement Directorate, it would not be clear as to what capacity he is being summoned as and what are the evidence that the agency has gathered against Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. Because one argument made by Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who was appearing on behalf of Arvind Kejriwal, was that there is no evidence that has been put out in the public domain by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, even in its summons, the Enforcement Directorate, under the provisions of the Money Laundering Act, has not specified as to what really are the grounds of the summons. So the Delhi High Court said that he must appear before the Enforcement Directorate, and it's only then that it will be clear as to what are the grounds and capacities in which Arvind Kejriwal is being summoned. Now, the Delhi High Court also, in a sense, came down hard on Arvind Kejriwal, saying that the first summons was issued to him back in November, and he's been evading summons since then. So that is sort of irresponsible on his part as a public servant, because the Enforcement Directorate has argued before the court that as a public servant, as somebody who has a constitutional post, he is obligated to appear before the Enforcement Directorate or the investigating agency. Now, another important point in this entire liquor policy saga is, and that's an important development, is that the Enforcement Directorate has claimed that in the course of the investigation, particularly during the questioning of K. Kavita, it has come out that there was a sort of a nexus between K. Kavita, the former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, and Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, and they conspired with each other to strategize this entire the now scrapped liquor policy. So that is what perhaps Enforcement Directorate will be confronting Mr. Arvind Kejriwal with. Now, what happens next? Well, the Delhi High Court has said that it will be the next hearing in this petition, in the application, seeking protection against coercive action. The next hearing in this case would be on the 22nd of April, and it will be combined with Arvind Kejriwal's main application challenging the Enforcement Directorate summons. So essentially, the Aam Aadmi Party sources now tell us that if another summons are indeed issued to Arvind Kejriwal, then he will cite the pending court hearing to evade that summons as well. Gargi.
All right. Thanks so much, Vedant, for joining us and putting all that in perspective. So those are the latest developments. No relief from the High Court for Arvind Kejriwal. In other news now, after being wrapped by the Supreme Court, the State Bank of India today submitted all details on electoral bonds to the Election Commission. The data includes the all-important serial numbers for the bonds, which will help match donors with political parties that were recipients. Remember, today was the last day for this compliance, and the SBI submitted the affidavit of compliance today. One of the points of the affidavit reads, it is respectfully submitted that the SBI has now disclosed all details and that no details other than a complete account number and KYC details have been withheld from disclosure. This after the wrap given to the SBI by the Supreme Court at the last hearing, and these details are expected to be uploaded shortly by the Election Commission. Earlier we spoke to NDTV's Sunil Prabhu.
Finally, we have a confirmation from the State Bank of India that the Chairman Managing Director has given an affidavit and signed it and said very categorically that they are complying completely with the Supreme Court in terms of giving all details, including the unique ID, the alphanumeric number, which is not open to the naked eye, which can be a security feature, which can be seen under UV light, and that will help in the correlation between the donor as well as the recipient, in this case, the political party. So that information has now been submitted to the Election Commission. We are told that the Election Commission will shortly release that data for the public and comply forthwith as it has been directed by the Supreme Court. It will be put on the Election Commission website to comply with the Supreme Court directive, so that everybody, people like you and me and various people who are really interested in transparency, accountability, in probity in public life, that data will be made public. So the story has now gone full forward, just not about who had bought the most number of bonds, but where did it go? To which political party, whether there was a quid pro quo, whether there were shell companies, what were the linkages between them, were there any ED cases? All those important aspects will be brought into public domain. And it's in this context that the State Bank of India has filed that affidavit of compliance by the Chairman Managing Director before the Supreme Court. They have given that data to the Election Commission, and we are told the Election Commission will shortly release that data to the general public for everybody to know, in terms of, as the Chief Election Commissioner continuously says, disclose, disclose, disclose. It's in that context everything will be disclosed.
Now, a day after the Election Commission ordered action against BJP leader and Union Minister Shobha Karandlaje for her remarks against Tamils, now the District Election Officer in Bengaluru has acted upon the complaint against her and filed an FIR. The ruling party in Tamil Nadu, DMK, had filed the complaint with the Election Commission after Karandlaje linked the suspect in the Rameshwaram Cafe blast with Tamil Nadu during a protest in Bengaluru. She said people from Tamil Nadu are coming to Karnataka and causing bomb blasts. She did retract and apologize for that statement. However, the DMK complained to the Election Commission over what they said was hate speech. Earlier, we spoke to Pratibha for more.
This was a step taken by the Election Commission based on the complaint that was filed by the DMK, because remember, the DMK did not really take too kindly to the remarks that were made by Shobha Karandlaje, where she seems to have targeted the Tamils, and this also was seen as an insult to Tamils and Tamil Nadu, is what the DMK claimed in their complaint. There was also a bitter spat that was witnessed on social media between Shobha Karandlaje as well as the Chief Minister of the neighboring state, Mr. M.K. Stalin. And the BJP has distanced itself. The Congress, of course, has claimed that this is something that needs to definitely be condemned. Now, this works as an example in terms of, remember, the Election Commission having promised that there would be strict and stringent action that would be taken against hate speech. And this is the first step that has been taken. Irrespective of the parties, they want to really curb hate speech as well as misinformation. And this definitely is setting an example for the days to come as the election heat picks up.
All right, with that, time for us to slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll get you the controversy that has been sparked in the world of Carnatic music.
Brought to you. Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code. And driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
So friends, it's time now कि मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब दे दूं in this.
Welcome back. Now, a massive row has erupted in the world of Carnatic music. This after the Madras Music Academy honored musician T.M. Krishna with the Sangeeta Kalanidhi Award this week, the most prestigious award in the world of Carnatic music. And as congratulations poured in, however, protesting against the award being granted to him, Carnatic vocalist Ranjani Gayatri and Harikatha exponent Dushyant Sridhar have withdrawn from the Music Academy Conference 2024, which is later this year. They accused T.M. Krishna of causing immense damage to Carnatic music world and willfully and happily stomping over the sentiments of the music community. A former Sangeeta Kalanidhi awardee, Chitraveena Ravi Kiran, also decided to return his title in protest. So a massive controversy breaking out in the world of Carnatic music. Now, the Madras Music Academy, however, hit back at this decision by the singer duo and called it unwarranted and slanderous assertions and insinuations being made by the vocalists Ranjani and Gayatri, and their vicious tone against senior fellow musician T.M. Krishna, almost leaning into defamation in one sense. But there have been those who have supported him. Singer Chinmay Sripada offered her congratulations and said, "I have not seen such an impassioned thread when scores of Carnatic music students spoke about sexual abuse and harassment in 2018. Well, let's go across to Sam Daniel now for more. And Sam, this is quite an ugly and a massive controversy in this small world of Carnatic music, which is now broken out, and everyone seems to be taking sides.
That's right, Gargi. It all began with the Music Academy, an acclaimed Carnatic music awarding.
And Krishna, Max Bessie Award winner and an acclaimed Carnatic musician as well.
but the Carnatic sibling singers, they chose to write to them saying they are pulling out of the December schedule of the concert, and they are also returning the awards given to them by the Madras Music Academy. And it had a kind of a spiraling effect as some more artists as well, Carnatic musicians as well, chose to follow suit. And in response, the Madras Music Academy has said the award has no connection to T.M. Krishna's other stand on other issues, particularly what they have mentioned as glorifying the Dravidian icon Periyar. But the award is given on the basis of an independent jury, purely on the merits of T.M. Krishna's musical talent. And here it stands. And there are many who also support T.M. Krishna, saying that he is someone who has, in a revolutionary way, broken the barriers surrounding Carnatic music and has taken music to all communities. Those who were earlier denied even the privilege of listening to Carnatic music. And in that sense, he was also recognized and given the Magsaysay Award earlier. And the Madras Music Academy is really not perturbed with this kind of development. And politically, voices like Kani Moli, DMK's MP, has also voiced in support of the award, and T.M. Krishna saying that Periyar never advocated, as they call it, genocide of Brahmins and things like that. And in fact, in one musical performance, T.M. Krishna celebrates the idea behind Periyar's emphasis in terms of questioning everything through a scientific temper and things like that. So at the moment, this has taken a kind of an ugly turn in that sense. The people who are supposed to entertain and limit themselves to good music, now taking political side based on an award given to another fellow illustrious musician.
All right, Sam, thanks so much for joining us with those details in a very ugly controversy there in the world of Carnatic music after this highest award given to T.M. Krishna. In other news now, the Supreme Court criticized Tamil Nadu governor for not appointing Ponmudi as minister. The Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, in a very strong statement, said, Mr. Attorney General, what is your governor doing? The conviction has been stayed by the Supreme Court, and the governor says he still won't swear him in. Now, the Chief Justice went on to say we have to make some serious observations, and please tell the governor that we've taken a serious view. They have now given him till tomorrow to act, and otherwise the Supreme Court will take action.
He does not know any constitution. That is the problem. We don't know whether he does not have elementary knowledge of law or he is acting under the instructions of the BJP, who does not bother about any law or any other lawful means. The Supreme Court, the Chief Justice, thundered, if the governor is not going to act by tomorrow, you'll see. This is what the Chief Justice has said. We expect the governor to swear in Mr. Ponmudi at the earliest.
Well, let's go across to Sam for more. And Sam, the DMK obviously very happy with what the Supreme Court has said today, and now the governor has till tomorrow to act. Take us through all these developments.
Gargi, it's certainly a shot in the arm for the ruling DMK, which has been relentlessly waging a legal battle for quite some time against the governor. And we'll have to wait and see whether the governor would immediately call Ponmudi to be sworn in as a minister, or would he take the full allowance of one day and tell in the court tomorrow that it will be done tomorrow evening. But to begin with, in the past, the governor has been delaying bills duly passed by the Tamil Nadu Assembly, including the bill that was meant to seek or exempt Tamil Nadu from NEET, the mandatory medical entrance exam. Later, there were bills that aimed to clip his powers with regard to appointment of vice chancellors to state universities. There were also bills pertaining to banning online gambling. And then when it came to appointments to key positions, he again took his own sweet time and refused to appoint, saying that particular person does not fulfill some criteria, which the government says that that's not the governor's role to judge. And again, in the Tamil Nadu Assembly, he chose to skip the official speeches given to him by the elected government, and he avoided reading names of Ambedkar, Periyar, Annadurai, Karunanidhi, and phrases like empowerment of women and Tamil Nadu a haven of peace. And all these had led to criticism that in opposition ruled states, governors run parallel governments, they undermine the powers of the elected governments, and they create obstacles which ultimately deny the opportunity for elected governments to deliver what they have promised to people. And it's in this context, this particular order is a shot in the arm, and in a sense it's an embarrassment. It's a huge shame that the governor has to face this kind of harsh words from the Supreme Court. Another incident is the release of the convicts in the Rajiv Gandhi assassination case after they had spent 3 decades in jail. Consecutive governments have been wanting the governors to sign orders to release them. But this governor would not do that. Ultimately, in 2 such cases, the Supreme Court used its own powers to release them. So many say the governor, not just in Tamil Nadu, but in many opposition ruled states like Kerala, West Bengal, Delhi, they misuse the constitutional immunity given to the governors. And in a few cases, the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister had even written to the President asking her to recall and to advise the governor to abide by the aid and advice of the elected government. But at least to our knowledge, nothing in public domain is there to suggest that the President had written to the governor asking them to follow the constitution. And in that sense, many would also blame the President's office of being a mute spectator when many such governors face many such criticism. And now all eyes would be on the Raj Bhavan here to see whether he would... In fact, what happened last week is that, Gargi, when the Supreme Court stayed the conviction and the sentence on Mr. Ponmudi in a disproportionate assets case, saying any such wrong could actually lead to an irreversible situation. The Chief Minister wrote to the governor asking him to immediately swear him in. But the governor neither called, but in a reply he told the government that he cannot do that because the court has only stayed but not set it aside. And that's what had touched the raw now, and the government immediately moved the Supreme Court, leading to this particular harsh observation. Still, it's not the end of the matter. We'll have to see how the governor, Mr. R.N. Ravi, would respond tomorrow.
All right, Sam, thanks so much for joining us with all those details and developments. All eyes on the Tamil Nadu governor. In other news, a serious allegation waged against the government weeks before the Lok Sabha election. Today, former Congress President Sonia Gandhi addressed a rare press conference by her and said that the Prime Minister has made a systematic effort to cripple the party financially. This after the party's accounts were frozen by the IT department over non-compliance. Now, the BJP, however, hit back and said that, in fact, dismissing these claims that the party is seeking to create an alibi in utter desperation over its imminent defeat. The BJP also said that the Congress didn't file its income tax returns, and that is why the notice was sent to it by the IT department.
Mr. Rahul Gandhi, what do you mean by this? Don't insult Indian democracy. राहुल गांधी, भारत के लोकतंत्र को इस तरह से आप शर्मसार नहीं करें। ये देश आपकी पार्टी से बड़ा है, ये देश का लोकतंत्र आपसे बड़ा है। और आज इसी देश में आपने झूठ बोला है, गाली दी है और सब देश ने देखा है। अब देखिए, इन्होंने जब इनको पेनल्टी लगी तो ये सीआईटी अपील के यहां गए, ये स्टे एप्लीकेशन रिजेक्ट हो गया। उसके बाद फिर ये गए सीआईटी के यहां, कमिश्नर अपील के यहां, वहां भी रिजेक्ट हो गया।
Systematic effort is underway by the Prime Minister to cripple the Indian National Congress financially. Funds collected from the public are being frozen and money from our accounts is being taken away forcibly. However, even under these most challenging circumstances, we are doing our very best to maintain the effectiveness of our election campaign.
साजिशन मुख्य विपक्षी दल का बैंक अकाउंट फ्रीज कर दिया गया है ताकि हम पैसों के अभाव में बराबरी से चुनाव ना लड़े और ना लड़ पाए। ये सत्ताधारी दल द्वारा एक खतरनाक खेल है। इसके दूरगामी प्रभाव होंगे क्योंकि अगर डेमोक्रेसी को इस देश में बचाना है तो लेवल प्लेइंग ग्राउंड होना चाहिए।
Let's go across to Vasudha now for more. And Vasudha, big controversy with the Congress party making these very serious charges against the BJP hitting back.
That's right, Gargi. After Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge, Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi made this very serious allegation that there is a systematic and singular attack on the Congress party and that the party does not even have money to actually provide train tickets to its leaders for election campaign. The BJP has tried to mount a defense of the party. The party actually divided its defense in two ways. BJP President JP Nadda first posted on X saying that, the party is suffering from not financial bankruptcy but actually political and intellectual bankruptcy. He went on to talk about emergency and he said that that was a time when democracy was actually in danger. Then he actually also talked about how he alleged that the Congress party has been making money through all the scams that allegedly came out during the UPA time, and it is that money that the party needs to use for its election related activities. And later in the day we also saw Ravi Shankar Prasad, who's the senior spokesperson of the party, and Sambit Patra also address a press conference in which Mr. Prasad clearly said that there are rules in the IT Act which make it very clear that political parties can seek exemption for filing taxes, but for that they have to file their returns, which the Congress party has not done. He alleged that the Congress party has forgotten how to maintain accounts and books, and which is why it is now blaming the government and the system for it. He in fact also said that this is a sense of entitlement that the Gandhi family has, and this is something that goes in line with the Prime Minister's Namdar versus Kamdar political discourse as well. So they said that, both of them said that rules are for everyone to follow and no flouting of rules could be excused. And one last thing that they also talked about was Rahul Gandhi talked about this Asur Shakti, and I feel that Rahul Gandhi was also talking about this Asur Shakti in one way of making it very clear that he did not actually mean Shakti the goddess. He was talking about the power of demons, but the BJP hit back at him saying that it's a personal comment against Prime Minister Narendra Modi yet again, like Maut Ka Saudagar and several other comments that Congress leaders have given out in the past, which have only in some ways benefited the BJP. So clearly this is an issue that is likely to play out in huge measure in the coming days.
All right, thanks so much Vasudha for joining us with all those details. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. On the other side, the controversy after late singer Sidhu Moosewala's parents have another baby.
Brought to you.
So friends, it's time now कि मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब दे दूं in this section Ask TG, and this is one of my personal favorites क्योंकि इतना मजा आता है when we connect, when we talk about gadgets, technology, directly one on one. तो आज देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमारे पास में क्या questions आए हैं across different domains और मुझे क्या इतनी abilities हैं कि मैं इनके जवाब दे पाता हूँ.
Hi Technical Guruji. So my question is, how can we monetize Instagram posts?
Okay, the monetization on Instagram works in two different ways. One is that you enable subscriptions and all that, but I would say the second method is much more effective, would give you much more returns, and this is when you grow at a certain level and then you do partnerships with different brands. आपने देखा होगा YouTube पे, Instagram पे, Facebook पे, all these influencers, they many times collaborate with different brands and वहाँ से you can monetize your content directly. So उसके लिए थोड़ा सा आपको मेहनत करना पड़ेगा. You need to make sure कि आपका प्रोफाइल एक certain level पे पहुँच जाए, and उसके बाद if you approach
welcome back. Late singer Sidhu Moosewala's parents recently welcomed a baby boy, but it has also sparked a controversy as IVF is not allowed for those over 50 years of age. Now, the Union Health Ministry has asked the Punjab government to submit a detailed report on the in vitro fertilization treatment undergone by Sidhu Moosewala's mother, Charan Kaur. The letter highlighted news reports indicating that Mrs. Kaur is the age of 58, and it says under Assisted Reproductive Technology Regulation Act 2021, the age limit prescribed for a woman undergoing under ART services is between 21 and 50 years. You are requested to look into the matter and submit a report. Now, it has become a political controversy as well, as you have the Punjab government hitting back over this notice. You have Moosewala's parents also asking to be left alone at this time. But let's now talk about what is the legal, what are the laws regarding IVF and this cutoff age of 50 years. We're now joined by Dr. Archana Dhawan Bajaj, Director, the Nurture IVF, and Dr. Seema Pandey, Consultant Reproductive Medicine. Thank you so much both for joining us on the program. Dr. Archana Dhawan Bajaj, first to you, ma'am, if you can explain to viewers what is the law. I think many were not aware that this is a recent law and that now women over 50 years are not allowed to undergo IVF except in certain cases.
Absolutely. The new ART laws which came into force in 2021, according to Article 21G of the law, it says a woman who's over 50 years of age and a male who's above 55 years of age do not be not eligible for undergoing an ART program under the law of our land. So by and large, that excludes almost everybody who's above 50 years of female age and 55 of male age. Of course, there have been some cited instances in Kerala where the law has allowed a woman up to the age of 55 with exceptional circumstances. Now, saying that there's a very logical reason to putting this capping. As the body ages, comorbidities like diabetes, hypertension, cardiac involvement, osteoporosis, and a general aging process starts setting in. So hosting a pregnancy at this age may do an indelible damage to the maternal health, and that is the reason why this capping is done. So exceptional circumstances where a healthcare provider may feel that the woman is absolutely fit and can undergo is one aspect. The other aspect is that, for parents like those of Mr. Moosewala who've lost a young child, for them, really, they have no agenda in their lives except trying to get who's gone away back. And then, as a healthcare provider, you don't really feel that you want to put this kind of a restraint on them. Of course, one would respect the law of the land. And as I understand, they have probably undergone their ART treatment in a country where such a law probably does not exist. Right. However, the law has to be respected.
Right. So a lot of questions because, yes, the parents have claimed that they went abroad for this treatment and simply gave birth in back here in India. And yes, there's a lot of, personal, what their feelings were, their sentiments, emotions, especially given the manner in which they lost their son. But Dr. Seema Pandey, if you could, tell us a bit about the exceptions that are allowed. And that also there's the law says it very clearly that the woman must undergo a physical as well as a mental sort of examination, undergo consultancy, and some sort of checks have to be made before they're allowed over the age of 50 to actually undergo the IVF treatment.
So thank you, and I completely agree with whatever Dr. Dhawan has said. We have to looking at the longevity of women and human being in general. And though we respect the law, but a woman who is completely healthy and they have undergone these circumstances, if they have been permitted or special permission could have been granted to someone. So this is a case, though her mother's age is around 58 years, but as she said that it depends on the physical and mental fitness of the parents. And the main reason why this law was brought, apart from physical well-being, it has to be like the child who is going to born out of this relationship should be having a parent at least till he becomes adult. So exceptional conditions where a mother loses her child, or some disease or something, these are the special circumstances where we can have a relook at the law and special permission can be granted for that. Or a child who is suffering from certain kind of disease where his life is in danger after certain years of age.
Right, one believes that after the tragic Morbi bridge collapse that took place in Gujarat in 2022, after that, parents who lost their children, a lot of them also opted to undergo IVF and have more children. So as you said, reproductive rights. What I found interesting is that, as I said, comprehensive health checkup has to be done, physical as well as mental, of the woman if she's over 50 years of age. And as you said, the well-being of the child is also something the law focuses on. And it says a plan regarding the guardianship of the child in case of any sort of unfortunate eventuality. So that is very interesting to know. Dr. Archana Dhawan, your comments on that?
Definitely, if you are parenting a child at the age of 55, 60, by the time the child is of age, say even 21, which really to my mind isn't enough for a child to be left without supervision. And if the parents are aging and in their 70s and, God forbid something happens to the parents, the child is left without mentorship, without supervision, without anybody to guide him or her through life. And that becomes a very tricky situation. So definitely, parents who are of age and are having children need to figure out who they would want to leave as their children's guardian. I mean, to my mind, I'm a parent of a 30-year-old and I'm always, I feel I'm there. I'm still needed to supervise the child. So forget about the younger age group. So a guardian, a responsible adult other than the parents is definitely needed, and in order to get things on track for the child later in life. And this is one of the chief constraints in anybody planning a late pregnancy. I mean, you have to be around for your child.
Absolutely. And what was also interesting is, I mean, this law is brought out also to ensure that women don't undergo undue duress to have a child, perhaps. And there also talks about provisions that there are fines as well, a fine of 5 lakh to 10 lakh for the first contravention. And then if subsequent contraventions can even attract a fine of 20 lakhs and imprisonment between 3 to 8 years of age. But coming back to this particular case, Dr. Seema Pandey, I mean, what really do you expect to happen? The state government perhaps will just give a reply to this notice that was sent by the central government. But beyond that, one can't really imagine anything more taking place.
So this is really a tricky situation where this parent, they were just grieving over his dead son, and one ray of happiness has come to their lives. I think government should allow them under special permission act or something, so that they continue their life peacefully and they enjoy coming back of their child.
Right. I mean, there is a general sense that this is causing them too much tension at a time when they're probably celebrating also having a newborn in the family, and perhaps just the government also. But given that it's such a public sort of thwarting of this new act, and what it has also done is brought publicity to the fact that over 50 you can't have IVF. So perhaps, once they reply to this notice, the matter may just rest there. Dr. Archana Bajaj, your comments?
I think that, the country of origin where they've done the IVF, I'm sure they have some laws of their land and those have been respected. And I think as a one-off, I'm sure once they submit their paperwork and, submit the relevant information to the authorities, from where I'm seeing things, this is probably the end of the matter where it's going to end. Because really speaking, the very exceptional circumstances in which they lost their son, who was such a celebrity and such a capable child, for the parents, it is obviously a return of the child back, and one should let them enjoy that. But also saying that, I mean, I do not mean to sound judgmental at all at this point. Also, as parents, we need to keep an eye on, irrespective of how old our children are, whether they're in the right sort of company, whether they are in the right sort of surrounding where people are not, sort of targeting them, or they are not being, like Mr. Musewala's case, for example, his tragic death.
Right, it was
got
absolutely
so many
tragic.
parents thinking.
Yes,
Got
and I
so
can
many
imagine
parents.
what the parents must have undergone, what they must have felt. Dr. Seema Pandey, finally, the fact that so much publicity to this issue and this notice being given by the central government, by the health department, this will also put IVF clinics on alert not to indulge in anything like this, and also how, the provisions of this new law, how thorough they are, and the kind of checks a woman must undergo if she's over 50 years of age and wants to still have a baby.
I'll tell you only one example. Last week, I met one such parent where they lost their child to road accident, and woman was 51 and husband was 54 years, and I had to say no. And they were crying, and that, like, losing your child at the age of 18 or 19, and that parent who is having single child or two children, and look at them, how painful it is to say no. We, the service provider, really feel bad. So we are not propagating that it should be a blanket kind of universal kind of allowance for everyone. But in these special circumstances, like this woman was just 51 years old and husband was 54, I had to deny. In many countries, the combined age of husband and wife should not exceed 105 years. I think Dr. Dhawan will agree to this. If we could have gone to that, and we were following the same earlier, if we do that, that would have been beneficial for the couple. And they were crying, and I was really helpless. I couldn't do anything. At the same time, as you said, that
there are exceptions allowed according to the law. Anyway, we're completely out of time. Thank you so much, doctors, for talking to us and shining light on this issue. And thank you all for watching. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
MS Dhoni has handed over the captaincy to Ruturaj Gaikwad of the Chennai team. That's the official statement coming in from the Chennai team.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
There's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Friends, this is what I have for the next one, because यहाँ पे this sleek looking laptop coming straight from Apple is the latest generation of MacBook Air, और यहाँ पे what's packed inside is Apple's new M3 chip now. तो ये Apple ने finally launch कर दिया है. And what's amazing is that look at this profile, मतलब कितना sleek आपको laptop मिलता है. At the same time, it packs some amazing performance. यहाँ पे Apple की latest M3 chip है. It's a fanless design. That's the reason कि ये काफी आपको sleek मिलने वाला है. Quite lightweight. And this in fact is the 15-inch variant. जिसका 13-inch variant है वो थोड़ा सा और ज़्यादा छोटा और आपको हल्का feel होता है. It's even more portable. At the same time, it packs some serious power because यहाँ पे जो memory है, it goes up to 24 GB. The storage can go up to 2 terabytes. हमारे पास में proper MagSafe port है. We have a headphone jack as well. At the same time यहाँ पे USB-C ports भी हैं. We have a full-size keyboard, a nice 15-inch screen in a very
its own business. It's also the business of the people and the business of the media and the business of the journalists. And therefore, facts in respect of that have to be determined not just by the government, but by every entity in this country. And therefore, the government cannot monopolize what is true about its functioning and what is false about its functioning. And the effect of this rule is to do precisely that. And the court found prima facie in agreement with that reasoning. And of course, court hasn't commented finally because the matter is pending before the Bombay High Court. And while the matter was pending and we had filed the petition yesterday, the central government had notified the PIB as the fact-check unit, and that notification has been stayed. So overall, a very good outcome for in the interest of freedom of speech and expression, and a very good outcome for the media generally. It allows everybody in the media to function the way they have been, and in fact continue to question the government wherever necessary without being worried that they'll be called out as false by the government.
Right, and there were several petitioners who were very concerned over this, not just the Editors Guild of India, who you were representing, also Kunal Kamra, the Association of Indian Magazines and News Broadcast and Digital Association, because there were concerns that this would lead to excessive interference, and it was highly subjective what the government or what this government unit would think of something as fake news, and whether any criticism would also be passed off as fake news, isn't it?
That's correct. I mean, criticism, of course, opinions, of course, but even what the government or the PIB considers, PIB, even without being designated as a fact-check unit under these rules, has been functioning. A lot of things what PIB has called as fake or false news have been proven to be otherwise. Correct? So therefore, to give it a power then to monopolize that space and be the only, because what will happen is once the government notify something as fake or false news through PIB, then they have to be taken off from the digital medium. So only one version, which is government-approved version of news, will stay. Everything else which is declared false by the government goes out. This is about the functioning of the government itself. And it's completely antithetical to democracy. It hits the Article 19(1) right at its core. And it's not protected by Article 19(2). So, I mean, these are the arguments which were advanced, and the court prima facie found that, yes, it's a very, very constitutionally important issue. In fact, right at the end, the court indicated that they were considering to take up the matter on its own, that the Supreme Court transfer the matter to itself. However, since the third judge is considering, it did not do so. But it really thought that this was a matter of great constitutional and seminal constitutional importance vis-a-vis free speech.
Right, and now when can we expect further development?
So 15th April is when the Bombay High Court, the learned third judge, has listed the matter for arguments. So the parties will go on 15th April and start arguing the matter. It should take about a week. And then whatever time the honorable judge takes to then pass a verdict. So we can expect sometime in the next couple of months that we'll have some kind of finality from at least at the High Court level on this issue.
All right, but a big relief for the moment for the media. Thank you so much, Adan Farasat, for joining us on the show. And this after the Supreme Court put a stay on the centre's notification on a fact-checking unit, citing a freedom of speech. Well, moving on now to other news and news from Assam, where hours after two high-ranking ISIS leaders were apprehended in Dharamshala area of Dhubri. Both accused have now been produced at the NIA court for transit remand. The STF Assam apprehended the two high-ranking leaders in India on Wednesday. The individuals were identified as Harish Farooqi and Anurag Singh. NDTV's Ratnadeep spoke to the Assam STF chief for more.
Mr. Mahanta, thanks for your time. You had led this operation which led to the arrest of one of the most wanted in NIA list in cases related to ATS Lucknow as well, Harish Farooqi. Tell us who this person Harish Farooqi is and why he's such a big catch.
See, Harish Farooqi is the head of ISIS operations in India. He is very good in indoctrinating people. So he is an expert in recruitment, and he is also an expert in terror funds management, and he is an expert coordinator for the IED blast. For causing sabotage by way of IED blast, he is an expert, and therefore he is the head of the ISIS operations in India, and he has been involved in a number of cases, and he is a master planner and executor for ISIS, and he is wanted in several cases pending with NIA and other agencies and forces. And he is already wanted in an NIA case, and which was shared with us. Therefore, as soon as we picked him up, and both of them we have handed over to NIA, and especially the Delhi module. NIA case is about the Delhi module, and it is his brainchild. He has started it. He has worked on it right from the scratch. And therefore, in that pending case of NIA as well, there will be some important revelations. Investigation will reveal a lot of important facts. And if there is anything that involves Assam, and Assam police will take action, and obviously for the rest of the country, action will be taken by NIA.
In other news now, Sadhguru underwent an emergency brain surgery at a private hospital in Delhi after he suffered life-threatening bleeding in the skull and is now recovering. According to the doctor who's treating him, Sadhguru is improving beyond expectations. Prime Minister Modi also spoke to Sadhguru, who has undergone this brain surgery, and wished him a speedy recovery. Let's just listen into what Dr. Vineet Suri had to say.
We could get him off the ventilator post-surgery, and he has actually done extremely well, much beyond our expectation. And, we were joking with him that, we have done what we could, but you are healing yourself, So we are actually seeing, the kind of improvement we are seeing is beyond our expectation. He is now extremely well. He is now back to his normal self. All his brain, body and vital parameters are normal, and he's making a steady progress.
All right, now some cricket news, and MS Dhoni will not be leading Chennai Super Kings as the franchise announced a new captain on the eve of the start of the new Indian Premier League season. CSK announced that opening batter Ruturaj Gaikwad will lead the five-time champions in IPL 2024. Well, let's go across to Osama now for more. And Osama, it's really the end of an era. MS Dhoni no longer a captain of Chennai Super Kings.
Well, Gargi, it is absolutely an end of an era for MS Dhoni and for Chennai Super Kings, because remember, MS Dhoni has been the captain of, and the fans as well, yes, absolutely. And MS Dhoni has been the captain with this franchisee since the tournament began, that is in 2008, there was only 2-year period when Chennai Super Kings was banned in 2016 and 17 when MS Dhoni was not the captain. He, in fact, captained the Pune franchisee. But he has been there, won it all. He has won 5 titles with Chennai Super Kings. He has, in fact, won 2 Champions Trophy as well with this franchisee. So there is a lot of history and there is a lot of trophies that he has brought to this particular team. And there was a brief period in 2022 when he gave away, relinquished his captaincy. He gave it to Ravindra Jadeja, who only captained for 8 matches, and then MS Dhoni had to come back and take over the captaincy. And then in 2023, we all saw what happened. MS Dhoni, captain right from the beginning, went on to win the trophy for the 5th time. And there were a lot of speculations whether MS Dhoni is going to be playing his last season with Chennai Super Kings. Then he came out and announced that, well, it is going to be 1 more year that the fans are going to get to see him. And he very recently joined the Chennai Super Kings camp. And there were speculations about who's going to captain the side, because there was a cryptic message that MS Dhoni put out on Facebook talking about a new role, and a lot of people thought about what it might be. It then turned out to be an ad campaign, but when you look at it in the hindsight, this is what it means. Ruturaj Gaikwad is taking over the reins from the most successful captain in the IPL, and he's going to be leading the Chennai Super Kings franchisee in this year's tournament. And he has massive shoes to fill, because you remember what happened when MS Dhoni left his captaincy with the Indian team. India has not won an ICC trophy since then. So it is going to be a massive task for Ruturaj Gaikwad, who has played over 50 matches for Chennai, and he has been touted as the next captain for Chennai, and this has ultimately happened. He is at the helm of Chennai, and he'll be leading out his team tomorrow. But remember, despite the fact that it is Ruturaj Gaikwad who is going to be leading out his team when Chennai faces Bangalore at the Chepauk, the loudest cheer is going to be for MS Dhoni when he walks out with the team.
Right, absolutely electric when MS Dhoni walks out, and you have the fans all cheering. And just before we let you go, so is this the final IPL of MS Dhoni, or we still don't know?
Well, this is something that only MS Dhoni can decide. And remember, he has done this before. There has been no information about this when he retired from the Indian team just after the 2019 World Cup. He just posted a cryptic message on Instagram saying,
right,
yeah, that this is it. That's my time, guys, and this is what he might do with the Chennai Super Kings as well.
So we'll just have to wait and see. All right, Osama, completely out of time. Thank you so much for joining us there. Really, at the end of an era, Chennai Super Kings no longer will be led by MS Dhoni. With that, we'll slip into a short break.
Brought to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Friends, moving ahead for the top story, I've got not one, but in fact 2 different new smartphones. These are from the Samsung Galaxy A series. What I have with me is the all-new Samsung Galaxy A35. साथ में Galaxy A55 भी है. Both are, of course, 5G smartphones. Interesting design, interesting configuration और काफी fresh लग रहे हैं दोनों phones coming straight from Samsung. और यहाँ पे Samsung is promising a few things. सबसे पहले एक काफी interesting और premium design. Second thing is amazing durability because यहाँ पे on the front and on the back what we have is Corning's Gorilla Glass Victus Plus. At the same time यहाँ पे Samsung is promising a complete awesome security suite along with awesome performance. So let's see up close कि आखिर इन दोनों phones में Samsung ने क्या कुछ पैक किया है.
रेडी हो जाइए फॉर कटिंग एज फीचर्स एंड ए सीमलेस एंड्रॉइड एक्सपीरियंस. सैमसंग ने इंडिया में ऑफिशियली डेब्यू किया है द गैलेक्सी A55 5G एंड गैलेक्सी A35 5G, bringing powerful performance and impressive technology to the popular A series lineup. Both devices boast stunning 6.6-inch Super AMOLED displays जो जाने जाते हैं for their vibrant colors and immersive visuals. With an ultra smooth 120 Hz refresh rate, you'll enjoy buttery transitions and log-free scrolling whether you're gaming या फिर catching up on shows. Plus, Corning Gorilla Glass Victus Plus offer करता है superior protection against those accidental drops and scratches. Capture your world with incredible detail. दोनों smartphones पैक करते हैं a triple rear camera setup with the A55 5G Sport.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Supreme Court stays Centre's fact-check unit notification. Bombay High Court had allowed Centre to notify the unit. Editors Guild welcomes the Supreme Court stay. Setback for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal in the alleged liquor policy scam case. Delhi High Court declines interim relief to Arvind Kejriwal. High Court says ED free to file response on Kejriwal's plea. Next hearing on April 22nd. In the electoral bond case, the SBI files compliance affidavit in the Supreme Court. SBI says it has furnished all details as per the Supreme Court. On Bengaluru blast remark controversy, heat now on Union Minister Shobha Karanjare after Election Commission's action against Union Minister, FIR against the minister in Bengaluru. Supreme Court criticizes Tamil Nadu Governor C.T. Ravi for not appointing Ponmuri as minister, takes a strong view against him, says he has time till tomorrow to act. BJP counters Congress's no level playing field charge. Congress says systematic effort to cripple the party financially. It's an end of an era. CSK gets a new captain. Mahendra Singh Dhoni out. Rituraj Gaikwad now takes over as the CSK captain. Good evening and welcome to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. Let's very quickly take you to our top story. The Supreme Court on Thursday put on hold the Centre's March 20th notification setting up its fact-check unit till the Bombay High Court takes a final decision on the petitions challenging the 2023 amendment to the IT rules. Now, this comes a day after the Centre notified the fact-check unit under the Press Information Bureau to address the challenge of fake news as per the Union government. The Supreme Court today paused the notification, setting aside the Bombay High Court's go-ahead for the Centre to notify the rules. The bench of Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud, Justice J.B. Pardiwala and Justice Manoj Mishra said the matter concerns freedom of expression. The court, however, said it won't comment on the merits of the case as of now. The Centre last year brought some amendments to the Information and Technology Intermediary Guidelines and Digital Media Ethics Code Rules 2021, including a provision for a fact-check unit to flag fake, false or misleading online content related to the Government of India. Under the rules, if the unit comes across any information about the posts that are fake, false and contain misleading information about the business of the government, it would flag them to social media intermediaries. Once such post is flagged, the intermediary has the option of taking it down or putting a disclaimer. In taking the second option, the intermediary risks legal action by the Government of India. Now remember, stand-up comic Kunal Kamra and Editors Guild of India had approached the Bombay High Court seeking a direction to restrain the centre from notifying the fact-check unit mandated by the government. Let me go across to my senior colleague Sunil Prabhu, who is joining us at this moment for more on this story. Sunil, this is something that the Editors Guild of India, though, has now welcomed the Supreme Court stay, but not only concerns the media organizations, but the growing internet community at large. If you say anything against the government, the fear is that could be labeled fake news and then action could be taken against you.
Not only against you, but against the company, the intermediary itself. The fault lies with them for allowing their medium to go in. And it's in this context that the Supreme Court, without getting into the merits, has stayed the notification. And I can cite a number of occasions where PIB has done a fact check which is not based on facts. And it's in this grounds that, the Supreme Court wants, first of all, the Bombay High Court to go into this. But this is clearly an infringement of the freedom of speech, the freedom of the press to a great extent. Can, PIB officials be really the, super editor or the super guardian in terms of information and decide what is correct and what is not, and what is a myth and what is a reality? It's in this context that the Supreme Court has come down very heavily and made it very clear. At this present juncture, we're not getting into the merits, but we are staying the notification because that would have caused a situation where there would have been an infringement, as I said, of the freedom of the press and the freedom of speech to a great extent.
So, Sunil, just very quickly, so what happens now? The case is going on as far as the Bombay High Court is concerned. So the Supreme Court stay will continue till the time the Bombay High Court decides on this matter. And then for the petitioner or the government, the option of going to the court, depending on the verdict, Supreme Court is always open, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's always open. At this present juncture, it is stayed the notification because there were 2:1 on that entire issue. And once they take that entire matter, fresh, once the Bombay High Court really adjudicates on this matter, depending on how the verdict comes, either side we can move the Supreme Court because that's the top court of the country.
Right.
And then they will look at it in terms of what exactly should be done or not. But pending that decision, the Supreme Court has decided to give relief and not allow and state the notification of the fact-checking unit, which really would have created a lot of havoc, not only for people like you and me, as you point out, but for people on the internet or anybody else. Right. It would have stifled their freedom of speech as well as the freedom of the press.
As the court said, that it is a very, very important, in fact, topic. It also touches upon the freedom of expression as far as citizens and journalists are concerned. Sunil, thank you for joining us at this moment. Let me go across now to Mr. Anant Nath. He's the president of the Editors Guild of India. Sir, thank you for speaking to NDTV. The Editors Guild of India has welcomed the Supreme Court stay as far as the fact-check unit of the government is concerned. What were your apprehensions regarding this, and what are you expecting in the case now?
See, the biggest apprehension was that we are now at the eve of elections, and at the time when the government needs to be checked, thoroughly by news media. News media's responsibility is to check whatever information is being put out by the government regarding its own policies, its own affairs. That needs to be scrutinized and checked. And if in such a scenario, when the country is going to election, the government will become the sole judge and arbiter of what is right or what is even misleading, which is a very vague and ambiguous term. One is fake, but one is misleading. Both are problematic phrases. And if government assumes the complete responsibility and ownership and the adjudication authority without giving any freedom to news organizations to question its affairs, this is nothing else than draconian censorship. So that was the biggest concern. Such a unit has no place in constitutional democracy, more so at a time when the country is going to elections. So therefore, we are extremely glad that it has been stayed. We hope that even the Bombay High Court eventually rules against it. But of course, that will be up to the bench in front of whom this case comes.
Right. So the next, of course, course of action would be in the Bombay High Court. Do you think that there is still any process of dialogue left with the Government of India as the Editor Guild, possibly with the Ministry of Information and Technology, to try and see a way forward as far as this is concerned? Or now your only hope is through the courts?
We have always been open for consultation. In fact, when the fact-checking unit was first even put out as a draft notification last year, we had written to the ministry that any such fact-checking exercise, which we appreciate, there is a problem of fact news on social media, but any exercise to address this has to be by an independent body. It has to have enough and more stakeholders from press associations, and the authority should not be answerable to the government. It has to be an independent body. We are open to dialogue, we are open to consultation, we are open to working out a framework which is long-lasting, which respects norms of natural justice and constitutional values. So that door is open from our end always.
Thank you so much for talking to us, Mr. Nath, on this very important story. Let's move on now at this moment, ladies and gentlemen. After the Supreme Court, in fact, very stern warning, gave a very stern warning to the SBI in the last hearing, the State Bank of India has submitted all the details on the electoral bonds to the Election Commission. The data includes all important serial numbers of the bonds, which will help match the donors with the political parties that were the recipients. The SBI submitted an affidavit of compliance to the Supreme Court on Thursday. One of the points in the affidavit reads, "It is respectfully submitted that the SBI has now disclosed all details, and no details other than compliance account numbers and KYC details have been withheld from disclosure. The details given by the bank are expected to be uploaded by the Election Commission on its website by the end of the day." Let me once again bring in my colleague Sunil Prabhu, who is joining us with more details. Sunil, you know, with all this data, the alphanumeric data which the SBI did not give initially, one wonders, what was that whole petition for, that they needed 4 months to come up, with this entire data which they have now submitted as per the court's direction?
So that's the power of the Supreme Court, and that's clearly they were trying to give the excuse that there were two different silos. That was the excuse that they were giving. So they're not going to be correlating. That will be left for people who really believe in transparency and accountability and probity in public life. They will do that matching and put that data entry, that 22,000 approximately, which will be slightly less because now the data will be from 2019 onwards. So it's in that context that all that data, barring of course the KYC, because they don't want cyber security and data to be compromised, be it for political parties or for the giver. But with the unique number, you'll be able to correlate the two. As you rightly pointed out, not only the State Bank of India, but even Chambers of Commerce, ASSOCHAM, FICCI, as well as the government, tried every trick in the trade to delay this process of not disclosing the electoral bonds. But ultimately, the Supreme Court had taken a very tough and very firm view on this important aspect. And it's in this context that a final decision will now be taken in terms of the Election Commission to release it. We are told it will be done shortly once, of course, they will issue a press release as soon as they put that data in the public domain.
Sunil, thank you so much for joining us with this important story. Now, breaking news coming in, ladies and gentlemen. BJP has released a third list for the candidates for the upcoming Lok Sabha elections 2024. Now, remember, the two lists have already been released by the BJP. This is the third list of the candidates the party has released. So far, more than about 162 candidates have been announced by, in fact, the BJP. Interestingly, recently, released from her duty as the governor, Tamilisai Soundararajan, who was BJP leader, then of course became the governor, and now has resigned and once again is jumping into the electoral fray, is going to fight the election from Chennai South. This is the latest that we are getting in at this moment. This is part of the third list that the party has released. So a lot of names from southern India also, as far as this list is concerned. What we'll try and see, the total number of names in this list, because at this moment the BJP in fact has taken a lead over every political party in terms of the speed at which they have been deciding and releasing the names of their candidates. As I told you, ladies and gentlemen, about 162 names have already been announced. Let me go across now to my colleague Vasudha Venugopal, who is joining us with more details on this. Vasudha, third list also out now. Which are the states covered in this? What is the total number of candidates which have been announced as far as the third list is concerned?
Well, Ankit, I think the most important thing here is, of course, Tamil Nadu. There was a lot of talks and discussions because the Prime Minister also has been making a lot of repeated visits to Tamil Nadu. And Annamalai, K. Annamalai, who is the president of the BJP Tamil Nadu, is going to fight from Coimbatore. Now, this is a seat that the BJP in assembly polls won. In fact, it was Vanathi Srinivasan who won against Kamal Hassan. It's seen as a place where BJP has built its organization for the last 9 years. In fact, this time also when the Prime Minister went to Coimbatore, he made it a point to talk about the 93 Coimbatore blast. He also talked about this Karyakarta of the BJP who lost his life due to political violence there. So K. Annamalai makes his electoral this is the second time he's fighting elections. He fought from Karur last time in the assembly polls and lost. So this is going to be a big challenge for him, because remember that his graph has been on the rise, but this is an electoral test for him and he'll have to really prove himself out there. Of course, apart from that, you see L. Murugan, who is an MOS in the center, MOS INB and Fisheries. He comes from the Arundhatiyar or the SE or the Dalit community from Tamil Nadu, one of the most deprived sections of the state. He is going to fight from Nilgiris against A. Raja, another political heavyweight from DMK. We also have Tamilisai Soundarajan, like you were saying, former governor of Telangana. She has been the former BJP president of Tamil Nadu. She is going to fight from Chennai South, a highly, a very prestigious seat, and this is where Tamilarachi Thangapandian or Sumati, an MP who's seen as very close to the DMK family, somebody whose family also has been associated with the Justice Party. She's going to fight from Chennai South. That is going to be another battle. Apart from that, Nainar Nagendran, a political heavyweight who shifted to the BJP from the AIDMK, also has been fielded from Thoothukudi, and this is against Kanimoi from DMK. So that again becomes a high-profile seat. Ponnar Radhakrishnan, who won the 2014 seat for Kanyakumari from the BJP, but lost it in 2019 November. It went to Vasant, who's a Congress MP. That seat actually sees national parties doing well, BJP versus Congress, because it has Hindu population and also a predominant Christian population. So Ponnar Radhakrishnan will fight again on a BJP ticket. He has been an MOS for urban development in the 2014, in the first regime of the Narendra Modi era. So he again is going to fight from Kanyakumari. So clearly this is what we know about the Tamil Nadu list. I'm told that more meetings are being held, and someone like, say, an actor turned politician Radhika Sarath Kumar could also be fielded, but there's a lot of discussions as to what seats would go to the PMK. PMK is also an ally now. It wants, not just the 10 seats, but it wants a lot of those good seats which have a good population of the 1 years. It also wants to increase its strike rate. So it'll be interesting to see how many of those seats get announced in the coming days. CEC meeting is going to take place day after tomorrow. So we'll hear more then.
Right, so third list is out. So stay on with me. Let me also go across to Sam Daniel, our colleague who's joining us from Chennai. Sam, the BJP, in fact, without any alliance as far as the AIDMK is concerned, has come up with their list. What is the reaction that you are getting there? And just bring our viewers a sense of how these contests are now stacked up with BJP throwing in their hat.
Well, Ankit, the larger strategy by the BJP looking at this first list for Tamil Nadu and the third list for the BJP on the whole, looks like the party, as we have been reporting over the last few days, has chosen to field high-profile candidates to make sure, although they don't have a great alliance in Tamil Nadu, by virtue of the high-profile nature of these candidates and the frequent campaigns by Prime Minister Modi in Tamil Nadu and the recent Padayatra by Annamalai could help them to expand their footprint and possibly give their best shot to win seats in Tamil Nadu. For example, Annamalai, the BJP state president, would contest from Coimbatore, where the party has a considerable presence compared to other districts in Tamil Nadu. Secondly, L. Murugan, the union minister who was recently elevated or given a second time berth in Rajya Sabha, has been fielded for Nilgiris. It'll be an exciting battle there because already DMK's blue-eyed boy, as they call him, A. Raja, would be contesting from there, and it'll be a fascinating fight there. Pun Radhakrishnan, a veteran in BJP who lost last time to father-son duo. First to Vasant Kumar, later to his son after he passed away. He has been again fielded there. He's a former union minister. Parivender, who last time won Perambalur seat in alliance with the DMK, has been fielded in the same seat without an alliance there. And Vinod Selvam is a kind of a firebrand youth wing leader. He has been fielded to Chennai Central, where he would be facing DMK's Dayanidhi Maran from there. And interestingly, Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan, former governor, as we have been reporting, has been fielded in Chennai South, where she will face another DMK woman leader, Tamilachi Tangapandian. But the factual position, Ankit, on the ground is that the BJP has a negligible presence in the state, less than 3%. And last time it was able to win because of the alliance with AIADMK. This time the AIADMK has snapped its ties. And it has a few smaller parties. The one significant is the PMK, which has a considerable presence in the northern part of Tamil Nadu among the one-year community. So arithmetically, this alliance is not enough to take on either the ruling DMK, which has a formidable alliance, or the opposition AIADMK, which again has a strong alliance.
Okay.
But the BJP claims over the last 2 years, the party's footprint has expanded, largely due to Annamalai's Padayatra and his charismatic firebrand kind of appeal in Tamil Nadu. And they hope the high-profile candidates and the expanded or increased footprint of the BJP now could actually increase their vote share, possibly win elections. Will that work? That's something we'll have to wait and see. But
absolutely,
BJP over the last few years has been seen as a liability in Tamil Nadu. The AIADMK, which fought 2 elections in alliance with the BJP, lost both elections, both the Lok Sabha elections earlier and the 2021 Assembly election. That's why ADMK decided to part ways and fight alone.
You're right, but things have changed since then. In fact, the Prime Minister Vasudha, as Sam was also saying, for the BJP, the trump card is the Prime Minister, and they are hoping that at least with the the way AIADMK has been weakened with their inner fights, they would be able to cannibalize some of that vote as far as the AIADMK is concerned.
Yes, Ankit, and Sam would also agree with this, but I think the party has gone with trained horses here. While Vinod Selvam is a firebrand leader, they've gone with Punna Radhakrishnan, who cannot be really determined as a fresh face. He's a senior leader, and even in Chennai South, I'm told that there were so many aspirants for it, but they've gone with Tamilisai Soundararajan. So it's also about building and safeguarding their own organization and leaders, I think, for the BJP, and the Prime Minister being the prime mover of the entire campaign. But I think everyone would agree that this is a big test for Annamalai, but also let's agree that this is not that difficult a seat for him. This is Coimbatore, where the party has worked very hard over the last few years. Its vote share has also gone up, and the Prime Minister has been making several visits to Coimbatore, and now it makes sense how the entire focus was on the western belt of Tamil Nadu. So clearly 9 seats have been announced, but more seats, I'm told, are going to be announced in the coming days, and there are many discussions out there, so we'll get to know what's going to happen in the far, contentious areas also. But L. Murugan, we know that he lost that, last time, but then he was given a Rajya Sabha seat. He has been an MOS here. The Prime Minister, in fact, took part in his Pongal Day celebrations. Yes. And that outreach is also seen as a big BJP outreach with the SCs of Tamil Nadu. And Arundatiyar community is specifically important because it's seen as the most deprived section. So this is seen as a larger message to that community.
Sam, I remember just a couple of days back when the Prime Minister was on his roadshow in Coimbatore, and we were discussing that whether